All right, there we go. Okay, so we are live now. This is going to be a much more chill sort of stream. We're going to mostly be going ahead. Oh yes, thank you for complimenting the music. This is all from Stream Beats, which is Alpha Gaming has a channel that works through a lot of like recommendations of how students or people that want to go ahead and be interested in streaming like this. They have a lot of different tips and bits of advice and things like that. That's Alpha Gaming. They're a very good channel, and one of the things that they do is they promote a whole bunch of music that they've made royalty free for you to just use in your streams. So there's not going to be any sort of copyright claim on it. You can just have it playing in the background. There's all sorts of different genres and stuff like that. I'm just playing through the ambient sound right now because I think it's much more interesting. So yeah, the setup that we're going to have here today is a pretty chill stream setup. The game that we're playing, Ni no Kuni, is extremely automated. I've seen it called excessive amounts of autoplay. It basically, once you hit a certain point, the game just plays itself. So I was kind of morbidly curious in how far you can get without ever moving your character. There's only one part at the very beginning, at the like a tutorial sort of thing, where you need to move your character, and past that, the rest of the game is just, it plays itself. And I'm concerned by how much interaction you don't need to have in order to beat the game. So we're gonna just kind of set it going and set the rest of the stream sort of just as a chatting thing back and forth. If people have questions in the chat, they can chat. Otherwise, I have, you know, things I'm planning on saying, stories I'm planning on telling, and stuff like that. So a very chill Saturday stream where it's not going to be extremely intensive. That's kind of what I'm looking forward to. Okay, with that in mind, let me get queued up the Ni no Kuni game. There is a good chance... Hold on. Sorry, it put it over... sometimes when you boot up games, they launch onto the wrong menu. Or onto the wrong screen. There we go. So, I've got it up on the right stream now. But now we need to just slowly bring away my ambient music. And here we go. Okay, Ni no Kuni Crossworlds is just about to come up. Popping back, open the Streamlabs. Is this an all-day stream? It's going to be for like the next 5 hours. So at about 4 o'clock, I'm going to bounce out and get some food, get some break from standing in front of a computer screen. And then at 7 o'clock, which is my normal streaming time, 7 to 9, I'm going to go back to playing Outer Wilds so that I can actually get like gaming that I really enjoy in. I'm going to enjoy watching kind of the chaos of this just unfold, but I'm going to much more enjoy like kind of figuring out the rest of the puzzle that we have in front of us in Outer Wilds later today. So let me pop open now my framed playing chat. You'll notice we have officially up now the sort of thing that I made yesterday with my brother inside of... when we were playing It Takes Two. At the very end of that, we decided to make myself a little placeholder screen for whenever games are in the middle of being loaded. So let me quickly put in my information on this. I'm pretty sure I typed in the password correctly. All right, and then I should be able to kind of force it to recognize this game in just a little bit. It's kind of weird that it hasn't recognized it yet, because you can already hear the music playing of the screen of the stream. I knew you'd pick me. Right. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and force it basically to recognize that, because it's not recognizing it right now. So, mode, auto. I'm gonna say capture any full screen application. That should do it. Come on. If I press close now. Are you going to recognize it? Oh no, is it because I... Hold on. Let's check that. No, it still didn't do it. Okay. Interesting. Alright. Okay, go figure that this is the first thing that's going to be giving us a little bit of trouble, is actually making the game get recognized. Oh boy, you can already tell we're in for a fun, exciting day today. Here we go. Capture specific window, and then I'm going to specifically say this one. Does that work? Does it not allow you to screen capture this? Now that would be interesting. Okay. I'm going to forcibly make it recognize this. This is interesting. I'm wondering if the company was like, I don't want people streaming this without my permission. And so they made it so that you won't be able to capture the game. If so, I'm going to find out very quickly that I'm doing something I'm not supposed to. So I made it just capture my entire right-hand screen, which is my my second monitor. Is this going to be set up well enough? I think we're just going to call that a very professional good enough. Yeah, that looks good enough at least. So, in order to be able to get the game running on your computer, Oh, I need to put that behind me. I just realized that that's in front of me right now. So my hand like sticks behind the game itself. That looks a little weird. Move the screen capture down below. All of that. Put it right above the game capture in case the game capture clicks on again. Let's also make the game capture go back to being just auto. And close that. There we go. Okay. I'm fine with that. So, my hand goes back in front of it again. Wonderful. So, in order to get this game running on the computer, you actually have to download it on mobile devices first. You have to log in. You have to make a character and get it all the way to the city, which is really easy and early on in the game, so it's level 3. So I just picked a character that I wasn't planning on playing, got them to the city, and now we'll be able to make a new character. So they have a couple different ones here, and each of them are basically a different class. So you've got your rogue. I think this is like a barbarian or a warrior of some kind. The witch, I want to say it's engineer, and then the swordsman over here. I'm planning on playing this barbarian warrior, and the main reason is because I've been playing the rogue on my personal account, and I felt like, although they were pretty good at damage, not fantastic at damage, but pretty good at damage, they crumpled like paper whenever enemies would come and attack them. So I figured having someone that's really strong at attack and really strong at defense, which when I press view character, you'll kind of see the stat layout here. I figured it'd be a little bit better and a little bit easier to actually go around and do that. Okay. So, this is probably going to be our character right here. You'll see high amounts of attack and defense, extremely large amounts of defense there. So I'm going to be sticking around for a good while. Destroyer, that's the name of the class. Either way, to be honest, as much as I'm commentating on the start of this game here, and going through it, I'm not planning on commenting over it for very long. I'm planning on kind of just letting the game run itself and then having just, like I said, sort of a free chatting thing. Boy, these are interesting haircuts. I think we're already seeing a problem with some of these haircuts where they clip down into like the little cape setup that we're gonna have. So I want to pick something that doesn't clip too far into there. Can I make him look like a hog rider? That might be possible. Hold on, because I was considering this. This makes him look very much like Bob Ross, like the old-fashioned painter, right? But I think if I pick this, I have the best chance of making him look kind of like an older guy that might ride a motorcycle. Because I think we're gonna have to go sort of the older gentleman route in order to make this better. Let's see. I don't like that hair color. Gray we might get somewhere with. Gray might be pretty good. Green, no. Kind of like that darkish green, not really either. Light blue just feels very, very, very cartoonish. Red might be another solid choice here. The blonde, maybe. I don't like how shiny blonde that is. You see how it's like streaming there? I don't know. I'm kind of liking the gray. I think the gray is going to be our best bet if we want to make it look like someone who's like riding motorcycles. If I click some of these other costumes, is that going to be believable? Yeah, the hair doesn't clip too much in on these ones. So we'll go with this guy and hope that we can eventually get like a hat or something. Okay, so you're agreeing with me. Gray does look good on that. Hopefully we'll get something interesting here. Eye color. Oh, that's not too important, I think. I can't even really see that all that much. Let's go for a darker one so it doesn't really detract from what he looks like. Should I just go black? Or let's go for this kind of purple. So there's just like a little bit of a difference, but not too much. Customize the face. We can give him like a cartoonish blush. We can make him have... I don't really like this scarring. The scarring feels a little too like detailed. This feels very much like a warrior berserker, like a war paint of some kind. This might be good, like kind of like a cut across the area. This is very fantasy. It doesn't look bad. With the gray hair we have, it doesn't look bad. That might also be good. I think right now I'm kind of sold on this scar the most. Because it does also, like, especially if we manage to get like some sort of hat that also goes down into glasses. Like this could be a good bottom ridge for that. Let's go for that. I don't want to spend too much time on this because this part is not the thing that I think is most interesting. We can make them tall or short, skinny or wide. Let's go a little bit taller and wider down across the side. I kind of want here. If I make them go as tall as they can and press advance, okay, I can change the sizes of each. I could turn them into a bobblehead, but I think honestly, small head and then like just cranking up the rest of these options here, this might do it for us. Because that looks a little more, a tiny bit more like realistic proportions. Not fantastic, but a tiny bit more. With all that in mind for advance, if I... Yeah, I think right here is like kind of the sweet spot. Did it keep my advanced settings? It did. Okay, I think that's as good as we're gonna get it. I kind of like this tanned skin tone here. That's a little too like orangish. Bright yellow orange. Yeah, I'm thinking this is the sweet spot. So it looks like our guy's been outside, kind of tanned like a little bit, but not too much. I think we'll go for that then. This is a costume color. Okay. Some solid choices here. I think I'm most interested in this brown because it matches with the gloves. But that would mean, is this... Okay, this is the secondary color over here. This weirdly looks like Obi-Wan Kenobi now. Yeah, if I go a little lighter, this is like a green, like a lime green. But I think this might be good. Hold on, let's check out some of these other ones here. Brown with maroon. It's a little too much brown. I haven't started watching Stranger Things 4. I meant to start watching Kenobi last night. Since it came out on Wednesday, right? So I haven't actually watched it though yet, but I fully intend to. I am very excited with how Disney has started to treat their the Star Wars properties lately. Yeah, I think I'm gonna stick with this guy. Oh, he even gave like a little like soldier bow there. I think this is good. I think this is our character here. Okay. So we get a little cutscene at the beginning here that shows us what sort of the situation is. We apparently they're doing a sort of weird like we're in a video game scenario. So like we're about to see our character actually pop into one of these test tubes here. So this is like what our character technically looks like in real life. And then he's popping into a video game using some soul diving technology. It's interesting, I guess. It's interesting that they leaned into the game side of it, but like I said, the narrative side of this game I don't think is the most interesting thing about it. I think the most interesting thing is that you can just press start and just watch it play the rest of the game for you without you needing to touch anything. So but yeah, I actually I'm still technically in the middle of watching Stranger Things season 3. Like I'm right at the beginning of season 3. I just haven't had the time to go and watch the rest of it. Because one of the most important things you have to realize with how I was teaching multimedia, right? My multimedia class was my own creation. Like, I wasn't doing something that was made by the school district. I was told by my principal, hey, you need to try to make your own class for this. I want it to be something that's really interesting. I want it to be something that he wants to focus on the broadcasting sides of it, where it's like, our kids being able to go to the football games, over to, gosh, I'm getting distracted by the chaos of watching a game kind of go. Being able to go to football games, being able to go to other sporting events and have them like up in the booths, up in the areas where they can go and like control the Jumbotron and stuff like that. And he wants them to be very focused on that sort of news broadcast area. And that is good. That is a great goal to have for the class. But I think the better thing... Oh, wow, this area is a lot more destroyed than I remembered. But I think the best way to do that for the class is to start kind of small and go into that. So I think, like, I'm going to essentially have... Oh, a quick time event here. I'm going to have my 8th grade class eventually be that sort of broadcasting class, where they're going the whole time focusing on learning about how news broadcasts in particular work, making news broadcasts for our schools. Should be pretty good. But having to make these classes from scratch means that I have very little time to actually, like, enjoy entertainment like this outside of my job itself. Sometimes I purposefully make, since I have to make like little example videos once in a while, sometimes I purposefully make them about video games, so I have the excuse to play video games to get stock footage and then make this, make whatever I need for the project. So what we're about to see is the only instance that that we're actually going to be moving here. Yeah, I was wondering if you'd actually been in my class or not, because I was staring at that name and going like, I feel like I know you, but I don't feel like you were in my class. So the interesting thing that we're about to see with the progression of that class then is this next year, the class that I taught this year, that's only going to get taught now to 7th and 8th grade. 6th grade, I'm actually going to be teaching every 6th grader that's in their elective rotations. So every 6th grader in the school is going to get me as one of their teachers for like a 6-week period. So they'll get to figure out, do we like multimedia? Is it something that that we want to try to keep up with? That's what it was. Yes. Okay. Now the pieces are coming together. So this is the one part of the game that I know of that we actually need to move ourselves. I'm kind of glad they have, when you're playing it on mobile, they have like a little joystick button like down in the bottom left corner. And I'm glad they didn't make me have to like click and drag that in order to move. But I am just going to use WASD. This is the only amount of movement that I actually need to move myself in this game. And then the rest of it is just completely automated once I get through this sort of burning area. Okay, the guard's collapsed. Go over to the guard. We see that we've been invaded by monsters. We're apparently the royal protector. Wandering. Now we're about to see how combat works. You don't need to move too much for this combat. We've got kind of an auto attack here. We're also going to be using skills. Like, it's very simplistic combat. 6th grade during rotation, multimedia was last. Oh, yeah. I personally, I was in my very last year, my senior year of college, when COVID kind of first like shut everything down, right? So we're talking the very beginning of 2020, like we're late February, early March. That's when I was in college, everything shut down, and I had to go to start teaching. I had to do the rest of my like student teaching. Basically, I had to do it all virtual, which was really good because I'd already learned all the virtual like classroom setups and techniques and stuff like that from college, because college had said, it's kind of funny, college had like taught us all these things about virtual classrooms and teaching online and stuff like that, and they'd said all this information we're giving you, this isn't stuff that schools are like ready to use. They're not going to be adapting all this sort of stuff for like a good couple of years, but we want to teach it to you now so you're more familiar with it, and so that when schools do go like partially virtual, partially online, or things like that, that you'll be aware of it, you'll be comfortable enough. And sure enough, 2-3 months later, after taking the class where they specifically said that everything's online, everything's virtual, everything has to be taught through that sort of setup, and a lot of teachers weren't able to like roll with those punches, like you just mentioned, your last elective being multimedia, and then kind of got cut short by COVID being there. There wasn't really a way for people to adapt that quickly to those sort of things. So yeah, it was really smart of my college to actually like focus on, hey, like we're gonna prepare the students for, I say prepare the students, prepare us future teachers for times where we're gonna be in a more online setting. It worked out really well. Plus it made it, half of the reason why I have this multimedia job at our school is because I was so proficient with all the things that were required to make online school happen. So, like, you know, because our first year where we were doing teaching at our middle school, my first full year of teaching there, we were on that we were on an A-B schedule, right? So it was half the students come Monday, Tuesday, the other half come Thursday, Friday, and every other day of the week they are strictly online. And almost all the teachers like didn't know how to set up like stuff virtually for their students to be able to participate in it. So I was called into their classrooms a lot to help out with that sort of thing. And because of that, I kind of got established as the tech wizard. So anytime someone needed a video made, anytime someone needed the classroom set up or their online quizzes set up in a certain way, people went to me, and I was the person that was set up for everyone. So they ended up relying me on a lot that way. Now, here is where you can see everything just goes to autoplay. All we need to do is touch up there in the top left. We touch this quest tracker, and it will talk to everyone that we need to. The only thing we need to worry about is just clicking through the dialogue. It'll talk to everyone that we need to. It'll move where we need to. It'll beat the enemies that we need to. The only thing that we're doing now is just clicking through dialogue, and it is what it is. They made a purposeful choice with this, and I kind of get it because it is a mobile game. But still, it's a little much how far that they went into making it just autoplayed. But yeah, it's kind of a funny story. If you weren't in my class, then you probably haven't heard this story before. But the way I got hired as the multimedia teacher was kind of funny, because the teacher that was teaching it before was also teaching GATE, which is our Gifted and Talented Education class, and they were also teaching yearbook. So they were kind of like, they had their like eggs in a lot of baskets. They were kind of split a bunch of different ways. So our principal, and their first year being our principal, was the school year 2020 to 2021. So, right, that was my principal's first year being at that school. That was my first year being, I was actually a 6th grade math teacher that year that I first got hired, which is a story in and of itself, because like they hired me as a science teacher, then they hired me as a science and math teacher, then they hired me as a math and social studies, then they hired me as science and social studies, then they hired me as just math. It was a long story. But eventually they said, yes, 6th grade math, that's what you're teaching. Teach that. And in about like late February, early March of 2021, the principal came in, knocked on the door during like one of the Wednesday virtual days where everyone was just out of school. Knocked on the door, said, "Hey, Mr. Multimedia, can I talk to you real quick?" Shut the door behind him, and immediately I was like, well, this is it. I lost my job. It's gone. It's been a good run. Some teacher probably, you know, some student probably didn't like the grades I was giving or something like that. They complained to a parent. The parent complained to the principal, and I'm just out of here. But what ended up happening was the principal got like really excited, like closed the door behind him, got really excited and was like, okay, we are shifting around things in our school, and I want you to make a new class. I don't want you to be like trying to take on a class that exists and teach what's been taught. I want you to make something new from the ground up, because we don't really have anything at our school that does this. I want you to take control of the multimedia class. And then he started kind of listing out the things he wanted it to look like, you know, that broadcasting setup where it's like the students are actually participating in the sports areas, maybe even pairing up with our high school once in a while to go to the high school football games. And because, you know, they have like large stadiums there with really big TV monitor setups. And then you could also have people down on the field with gimbals running around, like filming everything that can go up on the big screen, right? So he was like really excited about this. And then one of our assistant principals came in also, that's really involved in sports, and was also getting really excited, like with all the different ways that a multimedia class and a broadcasting class could get invested in sports coverage and stuff like that. And so with all of that, like once we kind of hit the end of that conversation there, it was decided, all right, I'm going to go and pitch what the class should look like. They'll go and approve it, and if things work well, this will eventually be something that the whole district gets as sort of like a curriculum list. So it's really exciting now that I'm making my own class. I have my own ability to decide what I want in my class, as long as it's leading towards the things that that the principal wants in there, that the assistant principal is excited for. As long as we're leading to a place where our kids will be able to actively make like broadcasting material and be involved in that sort of area with editing and filming and you know, kind of like shoutcasting as well. Should be pretty interesting. I'm really excited about the amount of freedom that I've been given, because you have to understand, last year, this last school year was only my second full year of teaching. I've now only been a teacher for 2 years, which I guess kind of makes sense, because I do look rather young. So not too many people are surprised that I'm that early on in my teaching career. But the fact that in just my second year of teaching that I was trusted with that much freedom to decide what the class is going to look like, what the students are going to be doing day to day, where it's going to lead in a curriculum map sort of way, that's a lot of like responsibility given to someone for their first year. And I'm really excited about how it all played out. Okay. We're about to head now towards the main city. Yeah. We're having... I'm trying to think how to phrase this. The fact that this first year of multimedia worked as well as it did is sort of a miracle. The principal had even told me on that first day that he walked in my math classroom, knocked on the door and said, "Hey, we want to hire you on as the new multimedia teacher." He told me for the first 2, maybe even 3 years, the class will probably be a mess, right? It's something new that you're building from the ground up. You're trying to get used to all the different stuff that we have here available to you. You're trying to get more stuff like available to you with permissions and stuff like that. Like half of the websites you're going to want to use for your class are going to be blocked by the district. Like this is probably not going to be an easy first couple years for you, and it's probably going to be really rough, and we might not drum up a lot of student interest during that time. That's what he all warned me of the very first day that he was pitching the job to me. But what ended up happening, thankfully, was everything. I mean, I worked really hard that summer to make sure that all the materials that I had in place would be accessible to students. I tried to make sure that the stuff I was doing was actually going to be interesting and engaging, and things that actually met like their interests, that did things that they were actually excited about, you know, not just like learning how to edit photos or take photos, but also specifically like change videos, edit videos, film videos, do stuff with audio recordings, edit these things in specific ways that people really do like see a practical purpose for them, whether it's posting a video on YouTube or making a meme or something like that, right? I tried to do these sort of activities that were educational, but made something that students like saw as a good piece of multimedia. And it worked so well. The kids were, for the most part, extremely excited about it. I only had a few children across all my classes that very much were like, "I'm not here because I want to be here, and I refuse to be here anyway." There were only a few students like that, and most of the people that were like that when they first came into the class kind of came around by the end of it, where they were like, "Okay, this is kind of fun, and the teacher's kind of chill." But what ended up happening now, you know, people signed up for classes. I had like 84 people entering 7th grade that signed up for my class, and like 78 students that are becoming 8th graders that signed up for my class, which is fantastic. Because that means, you know, across the 2 semesters that I teach, that's roughly 21 people in each class that picked my multimedia class to go to as their like first or second option, because they get, you know, 2 different multimedia classes. So the fact that their first options were my class with that large of numbers across the board is not something we expected to have happen during these first 3 years. We thought it was kind of be a slow burn, where it's like students kind of see the new classroom setup and think, this, sure, I'll experience it, you know, 1 or 2 more times. And that slowly it would catch on to being a good class at the school. No, it just immediately, poof, we're up rocketing into a popular position already, which is great, because it means that I have all the much more, I don't want to say expectation, but all the much more, maybe expectation is the right word on me. There are a lot more eyes on me, like hoping that I succeed, hoping that that's going to be something that that works out well for us at this school. And it means that I get a little more freedom with how I'm setting up things, right? Like, if I didn't have a lot of engagement with the class, I probably wouldn't have been able to do something like this over the summer, where I'm streaming and gathering data and gathering stock footage. But now we're getting to the point where, like, the stuff that I taught in my class is accepted widely enough around the school and widely enough in the administration, where they're saying things like, oh yeah, like, the things that you would do in a stream are, like, important bits for multimedia. They are things that you would need to worry about in a multimedia setting. You know, being able to balance how a stream layout looks, being able to balance talking to the stream and interacting with people there. Thanks. I really appreciate the encouragement there. That hopefully it'll keep on going well in the future. But yeah, so the ability to just have stuff like this be a part now of my job it's kind of like a dream come true sort of thing, right? Like, I started as a math teacher. Don't get me wrong. I love teaching math. My father has his PhD in mathematics. I've been learning math around the kitchen table since I was really little. There was a period of time in our lives, and Fiber might remember this too, Fiber being my brother, where my father would, like, as we're sitting eating dinner around the table, he would give us all a math problem of some kind and then say, okay, by the end of the meal, you need to have either solved it, have come up with a way to solve it, or be willing to learn a little bit how it works. And it was just a fun thing. It wasn't like a punishment or anything like that. And it was something that we actually really enjoyed doing. So I did like being a math teacher because I got to help people learn how to think through math and process it in much more of a way than just like memorize, you know, numbers and facts and stuff like that. But having instead the freedom to do something like this, where I'm helping people be able to actually see like what it's like to be a streamer, what preparation that they need for it, how the rest of the stuff that we learn in multimedia leads into this. How does video editing become an important part of streaming? Because in the end, like, the goal shouldn't be to just have streams like this playing, right? You should also have the goal of, I'm going to make videos and shorts and content like that that's a lot more short and shareable, that is humorous off of the stuff that I made. So like, one of the first editing videos I plan to make is going to be when I was playing It Takes when I was playing It Takes Two with my brother, I told the story of how he without really meaning to, because he was quite a bit younger, how he accidentally stopped me from being able to play Ocarina of Time. Yep, okay. Be seeing you, Shawnee boy. It's been great chatting with you. I'm going to keep on chatting over here as though there's people here, so you don't even have to worry about whenever you come back. I'm still going to keep on having a conversation with myself. But thanks for being here, seriously. But yeah, being able to take existing like clips within what you've talked about, edit it down into shorter video formats that are a lot more shareable, like, that's another important part of multimedia. So all the stuff I'm doing here just leads to me being able to better do my job, or at least what I think my job should be as a multimedia teacher. So I'm really excited for that. Yep, we finally hit the actual city itself. And again, the only movement that we've done in this game was at the very, very, very beginning, before it let us just click the quests. We had to move a little bit through the tutorial area, but that was like not even 2 minutes of movement. The rest of this has all been autoplay. The game has just been playing itself, which is wild because we are already quite far into the game. I'm going to go ahead, once I press quest complete here, you'll notice it stopped me moving. I'm not moving anymore in this area. It's not doing autoplay until I touch that area back up in the top left again. So I'm actually going to stop here for a little bit and access some of the things that we have here. So we've got the Novice Knight outfit. One thing I don't really like about this is that you can't scroll using the mouse wheel on these things. You have to act like it's a mobile game. Touch and drag, click and drag. All right. Let me see. The outfit, yep. The hair, we like the hair as it is. The face, we like the face as it is. Nose bridge scar, that's what we got. Okay. Codex reward, claim that. And collection reward, claim that. Okay, I think now I can go into my inventory here and collect some things. Like I can collect the bean pods. I can get some of these items here. These are just items that I'm going to use for upgrading later on. So they're not extremely important. They just help make the combat a little bit easier. What is this going to be? Okay. This was Destroyer, the yoga pose book. I can learn yoga. Great. Cool. It's telling me I can place these things in the familiar forest. I'm not going to go there yet. Familiar forest is something that you unlock later anyway. Okay. All right. I think I've done everything that I need to. Okay. Right. Oh, and now I go over here. Now it says new costume available, and... Oh, I thought it was going to be the adventurer's outfit. Oh, whatever. I've got some hair decorations. I can put on a hat if I really want to. Yes. There we go. The cat is a hat. And then a little more in the codex. I'm going to have to quickly see what yoga pose that is. Hey, hey. So, the way that this game works without moving is the game automatically moves you. So I'm not touching the controllers at all. It just auto moves you from position to position as you keep on playing. The game is being called excessively autoplay. You can just start the game and walk away, and the controls will just do what it needs to. It'll talk to the characters you need to. You technically need to, like, anytime there's a text box, you need to click it so the dialogue progresses, but I'm sure there's a way even to automate that. So we're just kind of sitting here and watching how far does it go without us ever needing to touch the controls. And we're mostly making this just a fun, like, little chatting stream as this happens. So we're not being too focused on the game itself. But, yeah. So, we are told we need to get, like, a proof of identification. And that's what we're going to be doing for the next little bit in here, because we're trying to see the king to warn him about our burning kingdom. But yeah, like I said, there's not too much that we're worried about in this actual narrative play here. The interesting thing about this, I know that this sort of animation style is not everyone's favorite. I quite like it. I think as autoplay as the game is, as little as I feel that I actually am changing anything about the game, or even that I'm really playing the game when it's moving throughout its sets, as hands-off as it is, I do really like the look of the game. Like, the game itself looks quite pretty, and all these different things within it are a very, like, Studio Ghibli-esque sort of presentation to them. And I think that's kind of... It's a very purposeful stylistic choice. I'm honestly kind of shocked that they managed to make a 3D version of these of this kind of art style. Because to me, this sort of art style has always been very 2D, right? It's been like flat cartoon animations. I mean, I grew up thinking that Studio Ghibli was like a Disney, like all Studio Ghibli movies were Disney movies, because here, like in America, they're released as Disney movies. So movies like Howl's Moving Castle, which is a really good movie. Movies like Spirited Away, My Neighbor Totoro, later like Ponyo also came out. I didn't really like Ponyo, but that was just because of the voice actors for that movie. They picked them strictly because of their connections with other famous people. Ponyo was voice acted by Hannah Montana's little sister, and the boy that interacts with Ponyo during the whole movie was the younger brother of the Jonas Brothers. So it was just because of their connections to famous Disney singers that they got the job, and it was very meh. on the voice acting because of that. But yeah, I mean, the movies themselves look really pretty. And so having that in game form, it is kind of interesting, especially because, again, they 3D-ified it rather than making it just a flat 2D. I think it's important always, this is something that I don't get to emphasize as much in my class as I want to. But in my multimedia class, I try to make sure that that students know how good it is to actually learn about storytelling techniques through other medium, right? So like how a video game tells a story is different than how a book tells a story, which is different than how a movie tells a story. And what I mean by that is, because you might be thinking, oh, well, wait, like some of those are really close, right? Like video games have a lot of dialogue, and so like reading the dialogue and reading a book, like it's basically the same. Or maybe it's a voice acted video game, in which case, oh, a video game voice acting and the way that they teach that is very similar to like just watching a movie. And there is a lot of crossover, but something that's very important to realize is all these different types of medium, books, movies, comics, video games, graphic novels, all these sorts of different ways of telling a story, of passing on information to people, they all use different sorts of things. Oh, yeah. So as someone that took my multimedia class, then you know this for certain. I try to teach how these are unique and how you have to kind of structure things in a different way. You have to present them using different methods. Like if you're using for example, let's say you're taking pictures, right? If you're taking pictures, in order to tell a story of taking a picture, you have to set up the photograph in such a way that the most important parts are highlighted, right? And you don't want to make it too obvious. Like you don't want to actually like make a big red circle on something to say this is important. Unless that is what you're doing. I mean, like, just look at the thumbnail for this video, right? The thumbnail for this video was, like, a controller, and I put a circle with a red line through it to kind of highlight, like, hey, we're not moving in this game. We're not going to be moving the controls ourselves. But that only really works in, like, a thumbnail sort of thing. If you're trying to actually make, like, a professional photograph, like something you want, say, in a magazine, you probably don't want a red circle having to show the tiger is the important part of this photograph. So you have to use other tricks like that, right? So you have to do like the rule of thirds, you have to do high angles, low angles, other rules of composition that we talk about in our class, you know? But those rules only carry over so far into other types of medium. Like you will never see someone saying, okay, when you read a book, the most important information is always going to be a third down of the page. Did I check out Adrift? I had to ask actually a little bit more about that because I found a game called Adrift, but it was Adrift and then it had like additional words at the end of it and it seemed like a 2D side scroller. So if you could find the full name of that game and make sure I'm actually looking at the right one, I'd appreciate that because I wasn't certain if it was. It was like Adrift and then it was like the name of a character's journey or something like that was the game that I found. And I'm not sure that's the right one. So you might need to check that. But yeah, so like, you know, different types of multimedia need different ways to convey how important they are or what the important thing is or to make them interesting to whoever's engaging with them, right? You're not going to have the rules of photography be used also for the rules of book reading. You're not going to have the rules of playing a video game, like how to make something really important there and how to get the person invested in the video game. You're not going to be using the same rules as trying to get someone invested in a movie, right? I mean, video games normally nowadays especially go up to like 40 hours in playtime. You cannot have the same pacing in a video game that you do in a movie. Otherwise, you'd have to make a 40-hour movie to go through everything, and that's not something that people are willing to sit all the way through. And that's not something that Hollywood is willing to put a budget towards. You kind of get that with TV shows, right? So TV shows and video games probably have a little more overlap with each other than videos and video games. But yeah, so I think it's always important to make sure that like you're going to be using different tactics to pull in interest and stuff like that, depending on the sort of person, depending on the sort of media that you're putting out. So, I think a very good way of hearing how, for example, how movies put themselves out in a different way, and how like anyone making a movie thinks about it differently than like if they're writing a book or something like that. Honestly, listening to like directors' commentaries for different movies can be really good. I've only done that for a few movies, just because I don't have as much time to watch movies anymore nowadays. But for the few movies that I have like listened to the director's commentaries on, they've always been really insightful about things that I, as a multimedia teacher, should also be letting my kids know about if they're trying to make good videos, good movies, good edits, things like that. Like, for example, Megamind is a great movie, just outright a fantastic movie. And the director's commentary of it is very good because it goes through and it has, let me see, it has the director, two of the producers, and then the two screenwriters that also like drafted up the idea in the first place. And all of them are in the same area talking with each other about the movie as you're watching the movie play. And you get to hear all these different things that they planned about how to make the movie more interesting to people, how to kind of like pace it a little bit better, a little bit quicker to keep audiences engaged, things that they chose to do music-wise even to make the movie more interesting. Like that baffled me at first, because I was like, wait, like I know that they have to specifically make music for a movie, right? Like that's not surprising at all. But the fact that they have to think so far ahead of time, how is the music going to interact with certain scenes? And how are we going to also place certain scenes around the music that we commissioned for this movie? It's so detailed and so interesting, all the different things they have to do. Like in that movie, for instance, in Megamind, little bit of spoilers, the hero Titan ends up becoming kind of a supervillain. So like, you know, red hair, big muscly body, right? And the first time that we see him really being Titan, where we see him being this hero, all the time up to this point, anytime that character, because the character is originally Hal, Adrift, that's the name. It has a 1 instead. Okay, I did not find that game. So I'll have to go searching for it again. Adrift with a 1 in the middle. Because I saw you type it out that way, and then I searched for it, and I couldn't find it exactly that way. So I will have to go ahead and type it out. Is it just in, like, Steam? Or is it in Epic Game Store? Or is it its own game? If it's on Steam, then I might be able to have a little more success with that. Because I just literally just typed into Chrome, Adrift, and it didn't really work too well for me. But the music of Megamind, when you've met Hal throughout all the rest of the movie, leading up to that point, there's this, I want to say it's a bassoon that plays in the background. Like it's a whole thing that keeps on being played. Constantly throughout it whenever you see Hal, because it feels kind of like this, they said specifically in the thing, they want it to feel like a little goofy, a little derpy, like the characters, you know, kind of like loafing around, just bloom, 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 like waddling from place to place sort of thing. And right around that point, starting at the point where they're becoming Titan, you start to hear the music of Hal become like a lot more serious. You still hear the bassoon occasionally, but they start swapping his music from bassoon to trumpet. And when they do that, it like looks actually like it starts to sound a lot more ominous, a lot more scary. Dun, 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 dun. It's like the fact that they changed it from a goofy sounding instrument, at least goofy in that context, in the context of all the other instruments that were surrounding it as well, to something that is a lot more in our minds, more ominous sounding. Super cool. Like I never would have thought that just swapping the instrument for a particular song in a movie would change audience reaction so much. It's stuff like that. It's always good to be getting yourself involved in finding out more about how different types of multimedia, how different types of media express what they want to learn. Is this game open world? It does look like this game is Rather open world. It has loading screens is the big thing, which I know sometimes that still gets categorized as open world, right? Like, for instance, Skyrim is another, like, open world game, has a lot of loading screens in it, right? But some people are really stickler about that, where they're like, it can't have loading screens or it's not open world. But it does seem very open world. Right now, I'm kind of stuck in the city until I can meet the king. So this is our first challenge where I remember how I said how I'm trying to avoid moving as much as possible. We have a couple options ahead of us. Either I can keep on waiting for this singular urn to keep on spawning, or I can use a trick that we're going to be using a couple times now. I can click onto the map, and it will move our character sometimes until it says I can't move to the selected location. So eventually I'll be relying on that, where it'll be, oh, I need to move to a certain area, and it's not like auto-directing me there, right? See how it's saying right now, I guess I have to do it myself. That's normally an area where I would need to actually move the character myself. But you don't actually need to in order to beat the game, because if you just keep waiting for the same thing to spawn over and over, and they respawn pretty quickly, it just goes right back to playing the game for you automatically. So yeah, this game just plays itself, which is kind of silly. I get it, because it's a mobile game, right? So on a mobile game, you kind of want anyone playing on this to be able to, like, not worry about controls too much, right? Especially because the controls on this are a little bit harder when you're playing on mobile. The joypad, like, to move is a little bit smaller than the wheel that you're seeing right here, and they put it all the way on the left-hand side. It's kind of hard to actually move your character in really precise ways. So it makes sense that they have, like, auto navigation, things like this. But the fact that it will even start dialogue automatically for you and things like that, that's a little much. Hold on, I have a phone ringing right now. So, sure, can I just look up the game now? Yeah, I'll do that just to make sure that I actually have the right game in mind. Hold on. Here we go. YouTube. I'm going to look up the trailer for the game right now so that I can put it in. Oh, there we go. It's on PS4. Is it on PC as well? Oh, wow. That's way different than the game that I was looking at. That's interesting. It looks like it's about a 6-year-old game. I'm surprised I've never heard of this game before. Adrift, which sometimes has the one in the title and sometimes doesn't, depending on who's typing up the playthrough of it. Okay. Let me quickly see if Adrift has a PC version. Adrift PC. Adrift is on Steam. Okay. I will open up Steam, put that in my wish list. Oh, it freaked out for a little bit there. Yep, go away. There we go. Okay. Woo. I'll put that in my playlist here. Adrift, yeah, it's only like $20. That's not bad at all. Okay. It says it has mixed reviews overall, but I'm going to add it to the wish list and then check it out a little bit later. Thank you for that. You said it's like a space puzzle game, right? And that it kind of had some, like, similar puzzle-solving elements to, like, Portal and stuff like that. That should be pretty good. Or Outer Wilds, that's what it was, not Portal. Outer Wilds. Yeah, it looks like... okay. Yeah. Sweet. I'll give that a go. That could probably make for a good stream. It does seem like some of the reviews were saying it's a little bit of a shorter game, but that's perfect for this sort of stream here. Okay. We might play that next week, if we can see the downloads of it quickly enough. Yeah. Okay. So, I don't even remember where I was in conversation. Oh, so every time I answer the phone, I always answer in Finnish. because I'm fluent in Finnish. I lived in Finland for a good number of years. And okay, sorry, it finished up a reputation quest, and I thought it was going to start automatically bringing me somewhere else. No, it's not. Okay, back to the main quest then. But what I often do is every time that I get an unknown call from someone, I always answer it in Finnish. And then if I can tell pretty quickly that it's like an automated call or it's a telemarketer or something like that, right? I keep on talking in Finnish until eventually they just like hang up and strike me from the call records. And it's actually worked pretty well. The only time it's ever backfired on me, and this is actually kind of a silly story because it didn't even really technically backfire. Like, it worked in a way that I didn't intend for it to. So interesting. All right. What ended up happening was one of the times I answered the phone. Hey, terve, mitä kuuluu? Which is, you know, like, hey, what's up? What's happening? And the person like went silent for a few seconds on the other end, and I was like, this is telemarketer. And then they started speaking back in Finnish. They were like, I'm sorry, do you speak Finnish? And I was like, whoa, wait, what? And so we had a good like 3-4 minute conversation, which is longer than I ever want to speak with a telemarketer. Just talking with each other back and forth about like, oh, okay, you lived in Finland, sweet. Like where did you live? What times did you live there? You know, all these sorts of things. And by the end of it, you know, I hopped back into English and I was like, hey, so, you know, what are you calling me for? What's happening? And they, the line went silent for a bit. And the guy was like, you know what? I think I just called the wrong number. I'm pretty sure you're not going to hear from me again. But hey, thanks for the chat. And we said goodbye and hung up. I never got a call from that particular like area again. It was great. So technically it worked. It backfired though, because I just expected to go like unheard, right? Like that I would just be confusing everyone. And so that didn't quite happen that way. But I answer almost every phone call in Finnish if I don't know who in the world it is. I do the same thing for we have, especially during the summer, we have a lot of pest control people come by trying to sell their services. Sorry, you might be hearing tornado sirens go off right now. We have sirens go off at noon every Saturday to make sure that they're actually still working. So you might be hearing that off in the distance. So when pest control comes knocking door to door, you don't want to answer, but if you don't answer, they're just going to come back and visit you again once they're back in the area, like trying to get more customers again, unless they've actually crossed you off of their list and said, nah, this isn't like a viable customer. Normally whenever those pest control people come around right at the start of summer, I'm always answering the door in Finnish and just being like, yeah, sorry, I like not, you know, like kind of making those, like, I don't know how to talk and communicate to you easily sort of motions, and they generally excuse themselves pretty quickly. It's a cheap little trick to do, but if it works, and if the people that are bothering you don't come back, it's hard to not keep on doing that, right? The moment you have one bit of success with it, you kind of just keep on doing it over and over again because it's doing what it needs to. So I should feel a little bad for that maybe, but it's kind of hard to feel bad when I keep on getting good results from it. Okay, claim all of these prizes. You can also notice, like, I'm doing all these things where it's like claiming prizes or getting achievements while the game is moving me to the next location. Like, it's a little, oh, I don't want to enhance that. It's a little silly just how far you can go in this game without ever touching the controls to move your character around. Before I make it go further, I'm going to just level up a little bit and grab some of these codex things. Boop. There we go. Yeah, let's equip that leather cape. More achievement awards. Just claim all of them. all these different rewards that we're getting, they like boost your character up in different ways. They give you like little cash rewards and stuff like that. But honestly, besides that, they don't really mean much. They boost your character a little bit, but it's mostly just things that they want you to click so that you feel like you're actually engaging in the game, so you're actually doing something. When really, you're kind of not. You're not really doing anything in this game. Okay. All right. It wants me to enhance, but I don't want to enhance because that's a bad weapon choice. So, here we go. So we're going to keep on just doing the main quest here. All right. And then they're going to show us how the shop works. And then we'll just keep on moving on throughout the game. Is that really it that I can do on this one? Okay. All right. And then off and away. Let's double check real quick. I'm pretty sure it actually has another reputation mission for me. No? Okay. Never mind. I thought this little exclamation mark was a reputation quest, but I guess not. Oh well. So, you're going to see it's like opening up all these things and saying all these things are now open to me. It'll keep on opening those up as it keeps on going. Again, this is all just so you feel like you're actually playing the game, when really the game is just playing itself for you automatically. Let me see. There were some other things I wanted to chat about, because otherwise this game gets kind of boring to watch very quickly. So let me see. I played this game a little bit on my personal account. And, ooh, there's a chest up there. I just saw that. Hold on. No, don't go to... oh, yes, I do want it to be automatically proceeding. I do want that to happen. But I also want to pause the game real quick. Pause that tracking. Okay, save the forest. Sure. Right up there. So that is to the right of where my character is. It's like right over here. Can't move to the selected location. Okay, can I move over here? All right. Slowly but surely, I'll get up to there. Oh, the chest is gone. Okay, never mind. I'll just follow the platypus. Okay. But yeah, so you can kind of see how, like, navigating in the game can sort of work without actually moving your character. If you just click on the map, it'll move there automatically for you. So, other games that I'm planning on playing this summer, because I have a list now, and I'm putting Adrift onto this list now, because now I actually have the pen for it, and I had the other one written down, but that Adrift game didn't look as good. It was, again, it was like Adrift some specific character's journey, and it looked fine, but it didn't really look like the sort of game I'd be interested in. This one, though, if it's like a puzzle-solving game, it's probably something I would quite like. The other games that I'm considering playing this summer, there are a few ones that are like coming out that I kind of want to play. Like the Fire Emblem Warriors game, Three Hopes. I do really like the Fire Emblem games. I love tactical RPGs where it's like, it kind of looks like you're on a chessboard and then you move characters certain amounts and then they can attack in a certain like radius from them. Like it feels very like a strategy game sort of thing. And I really enjoy games like that. So Fire Emblem has always been like a really enjoyable series for me. Technically the first one that I actually played through and beat all the way by myself without like any guidebooks or anything like that was Fire Emblem Awakening when it came out on the 3DS. I really liked that one because that one also had a pretty fun mechanic of like anytime you got like had two characters fighting side by side with each other for long enough, they'd actually like get better stats together in game, and then eventually in game they'd like build up this relationship, get married, and their kid would come travel from the future to join your team. It was like a wild concept that actually was like super fun to act around and to make plans with. It was just really fun. So the Fire Emblem games have always been really enjoyable to me. And I do like the Warriors games as well. They come originally from like the Dynasty Warrior games, which I haven't played those. But like they have another Fire Emblem Warriors. They have Hyrule Warriors. There's another Warriors game that I can't think of right now. Yeah, I'm just not remembering it. But I've really enjoyed those games before. So this new one coming out over Fire Emblem Three Houses is kind of exciting. I want to play through that one. That'll come out like late June. So like June 24th is when that comes out. I already have like a capture card and everything already set up. I'm going to press skip on this. Oh, it's not actually skipping anything. There we go. So we're summoning familiars. And I think for this first one, we get, yeah, we get 3 3-stars and a guaranteed 4-star. And we can keep on re-rolling until we get the one that we actually want. So I'm probably going to re-roll this a few times to get one that matches up well with this class. So this might be the one that we eventually end up settling on. This fire attack type might. They were an important character in like the first game. I actually really like this setup that they gave us. 3 different fire types. I'm gonna keep on rolling though, because I can roll up to like 10 times total. So I'm gonna keep on rolling until I maybe get something a little bit better. Keep on skipping. I think there's also a button I can click over here, which lets me skip the cutscenes. Open all of them. Do I like horror puzzles? I'm going to say yes, but it has to be done in a way that is not too jump scary. You know what I mean? Like if I feel like it's constantly doing like cheap jump scares, where it's just like ha, like just like launches at the screen for no good in-character reason, and it's just because that's the only type of horror that they can really introduce into the game, then I don't like it as much. But if there's like a creepy sense of like, oh my goodness, what's happening as you're walking around an area, yeah, like I do like games like that. There's one game which I haven't been able to play through yet. I only played the very, very, very beginning of it. It came out free on Epic not long ago. It's like The Curious Disappearance of Nathan so-and-so. That one feels like that one's a horror puzzle game that I would really enjoy. I might put that one on my list as well. I'll say Curious Disappearance. I'm pretty sure it's called like The Curious Disappearance or something like that. I'm not sure how appropriate that one would be to play on stream, because the difficulty that you have with most horror puzzle games is they're all going to be, not all of them, but most of them are going to have elements of like graphic gore in them in order to sort of give that horror element to it. A lot of games just go straight to gore in order to be able to have horror in their title, which is unfortunate because I don't really like playing like extremely gory games and things like that. So it's a little unfortunate that those decisions are made across the board. Little Nightmares, I've seen some of Little Nightmares. That's the one with the person in the yellow raincoat, right? I've seen some of it. I don't know the plot of it. I don't know the story of it. Because it was one of those games that, like, when I saw, like, Game Grumps playing it, or, I think Game Theory also played it as well, GT Live. When all of them played it, I was like, oh, you know what? This actually looks like something I'd want to play myself. So I never actually saw much gameplay of it, other than, like, I remember, like, an old man, like, reaching out a hand, like, to try to grab the yellow raincoat character. I seem to remember that being a scene from the game. But yeah. Oh, reroll that one. That one's has a lot of grass characters, but I want more than just Fire and grass. Is there no skip cutscene button? I thought there was a little button I would get to check. There's very few jump scares in that game. Okay, in that case, I will go ahead and add that one to my list as well. Little Nightmares. I'm pretty sure I actually have that game once again. Like, as much as some people kind of mock Epic Game Store, they give a lot of games for free. They make it very accessible to have interesting games to play. So I don't think... Oh, I just saw the skip cutscene button. It was like right there. It was like right behind my head. I enjoy having like more and more games just thrown at me for free just for existing. So the person I'm talking about is the janitor. So that's the one that like reached out its hand to try to get the main character. Got it. Okay. You know what? This might be good. We might want to stick with this. The thing is, I really want to keep this Mite character, but I also kind of wanted more fire 2-stars that I could use to feed my character to make them stronger. Okay, I'm going to take a little bit of a risk here, and I'm going to re-roll, hoping that I get the Mite once again with a few more fire characters. Uh-oh, this might not work well for me. That might have been a really bad idea. This is about the most involved you get in the game, is just actually going through and like rolling up these characters. Oh no. Oh no, this was a bad idea. This was a bad idea. I'm not sure I'm gonna get the character that I wanted because I re-rolled too many times. I should have just been content with what I had. You've played both games. Yeah, that's right. There was a sequel, wasn't there? Okay, well, we're putting all our eggs in this last basket. Here we go. The last reroll that we can possibly do. Come on. Be the little Mite. Please be the little Mite. It wasn't the little Mite, the Ouroboros. Okay. Well, at least all our characters here are pretty well spread out. They're defensive characters, which is actually probably what we needed more. This is a better layout for us. I just really wanted the little Mite, but okay. Yeah, this is a better layout for us. Having so many defensive characters lined up in the background is really good for us. Yeah, short game, but good. So yeah, then it doesn't tell basically for your own to interpret. I do like games like that. I mean, Outer Wilds is a game just like that, right? It's, there's a lot of stuff happening inside the story, but you're not actually having characters like come out and say it to you. And you're not moving forward based off of what other characters have said or anything like that. It's all just, you kind of puzzle out what needs to happen, and then you build a case from there. Build ideas from there, which I think is really enjoyable. Okay, sure, summon 10 costume things. Ooh, I saw some... Oh, ooh, this is a little gold thing here. I haven't seen anything like this. Windswept hair. Oh, windswept braids. Not actually something I would have wanted. You have 100%ed the second game. Okay, so I will consider you a much more experienced person to comment on like how long it takes and stuff like that. Okay, and my last ticket here, be something good. Be something good. Nah, it's not something good. Okay. Ooh, a die. That's pretty good, actually. Okay. I think now we can start making it move along the main quest again. Yep, we met a lot of familiars. Good for us. Yep, we're going to go to Zephyr Station. Okay. Okay. Familiars, auto-equip. Yes, it gave us the character that actually matters most. New costume available. It's the hair. I saw that. Yeah, I didn't really care for that hair. I don't want the equipment enhanced because I don't need that. Okay. Just getting some of these rewards before it now pops me out to the next location. Yep. We need to destroy a mysterious device. Oh. But it won't progress further until I talk to them again, which is good, because I want to level up a little bit first. Okay. Yep. Oh, leather gloves. Thank you. A few more codex rewards. And some collection rewards. I think it also wants me to go do some reputation quests, which I might be down to avoid the main quest for a little bit longer. Yeah, let's go to this person, because I'm pretty sure they're right here. Okay. Alright, it's good to kind of know the time expectations on that. We're going to be moving to kick a bunch of these pluff characters, because they do look kind of terrifying. Uh-oh. I need it to wander close enough to me so that I can actually kick it. Either that, or I think I can move a little bit. Yep. There we go. Boom. Easy. I move over here. Is it going to move me close enough to kick someone over here, too? I unclick and then re-click. Okay. Let's just move closer once again. Boom. Ah, I thought I got him. Oh, I accidentally attacked the character instead of that. I'm trying so hard to not have to move. There we go. Then I go to another pluff. And move just a little bit further. Oh, come on. Okay. I'm going to such great lengths to avoid moving. There we go. And boom. Now all the pluffs are gone.
Thank you. I'm still scared, but...
Beautiful. Now another reputation quest. This guy. Mayor's son. Okay. So, some of the other games I have on my list. Amazing Island, which is a GameCube game that I really enjoyed playing when I was little. When I was living in Idaho, I lived in Idaho for like a year. When I was living over there, we had a set of neighbors that there were two games that I really enjoyed watching them play through. Okay, thanks for the time expectations on that. There were two games that they had that I really enjoyed watching them play. It was the Hobbit GameCube game and Amazing Island. And the reason why Amazing Island was so interesting to me was because it's a game where you make a partner and then play a bunch of mini games with them. Like, it's actually, like, really surprisingly good. Like, it's solid for the type of game that it is. Like, it's honestly surprising how good of a game it is, considering that it's, like, on the GameCube, that it's kind of an older game, that it was not the most expensive game either. Like, it's not like, it's not like it's a Pokemon game or a Mario game that has, like, a bunch of time and effort put into it. Like, this was just some company that I don't even know if they've made more games since, but it's really good, really enjoyable to play through. So, Amazing Island is on my list, because that's something that's just fun, especially because games like that, it's easier to, kind of talk through those games as you're playing them, because you don't need to worry too much about following a story. As much as I love narrative games, it does kind of get a bit rough to play a narrative game on a stream and still talk with the stream and all the people there. So, Amazing Island is one of those games that should be good for me. Then, Luigi's Mansion is another game that I wanted to play on stream. That one I've actually had a little bit of practice. Not speedrunning technically, but doing randomizers of. You hated playing them, but what kept you playing was that you wanted to figure out what in the world was going on and what was this place, and that's kind of what kept you playing. I've definitely had games like that where I actually wasn't all that keen on the mechanics or what we were doing, but there was just something so interesting about like how it was playing out, that you just kind of kept on going back and visiting it over and over again. I've definitely had games like that before. I'm trying to think, what's the most recent game I've had like that? It might have been one of the games on the Switch. Oh gosh. No, it's actually not a Switch game. It's a PlayStation game. I forget what it's called. Is it like Monkey Island or something like that? Like, it's a game where the whole point of the game is find these monkeys just like wandering around that have escaped around this world, catch them in a net and keep on going. It's just the most wild concept ever. And it was just, oh, you hated it because of the horror, not because of the mechanics. Ah, okay. That makes a little more sense then. And that's a little bit different than what I was talking about. Because I was definitely on the side of, like, I was talking about things where, you know, it's a game where the mechanics are just weird, but weirdly interesting. You just don't do horror games. Yeah, I understand that. I know some people have treated, like, the FNAF series in a very similar way, where they absolutely hate the horror elements of that, hate that they keep on getting scared away, but they just want to see what happens on the next night and what new story pops out. I think that was the case for a lot of people with, what was the most recent FNAF game? The Security Breach or whatever. Yeah, because that one also had a lot more obvious of a story to it, a lot more obvious lore to it, rather than, like, try to understand it and make it up yourself, right? Which was kind of the first couple games. That one was much more obvious because you're having, like, another character, like, talk to you as you're playing it. I haven't played that FNAF game. I've hardly played any of the FNAF games. I've only started playing a few of them. Like, I played a tiny bit of, like, Sister Location. You don't like FNAF games because of the jump scares. Exactly. That was the big thing for me, was a lot of the horror. There was a lot of ambient horror, don't get me wrong, right? But a lot of it was based off of, like, can they jump scare you? Yeah. That game does them so frequently, too. It's not the sort of, like, frequently where it's like, okay, now I know that there's a jump scare around the corner. It doesn't surprise me. No, like, each one legitimately still terrifies you because it happens in a way that, like, you know it's about to happen, but then it happens in a way that you still, like, didn't quite expect. And that's just, ugh. It's not okay for me. I don't like games that resort to jump scares to make the horror happen. But yeah, so Luigi's Mansion is another game I was planning on playing there and considering playing. That one, even though it's all about, like, capturing ghosts up in vacuums and stuff like that, not a horror game at all, just a very fun game, a mechanically fun game, because it's a very different take on, like, the Mario franchise than a lot of the rest of it was. The more recent Luigi's Mansion games are fun enough, but they don't quite have the same appeal as the very first one. Like, I did enjoy the newest Luigi's Mansion game on the Switch. Is it like Dark Towers or something like that? It is pretty good, but I think a lot more interesting of a game was the first Luigi's Mansion. It's just very mechanically interesting, very good at, like, telling the story that it does tell, and having really interesting boss fights, because it's just consistently, like, boss fight, or, like, figure out how to beat this sort of mid-boss boss fight. Yeah. Yeah, and the fact that it goes and follows a different character besides the ones that have been majorly in the spotlight, like Mario before, that's also really fun. It's fun to see a side character become a main character. Some side characters shouldn't become main characters, I think, because there's just not enough meat to them, or making a side character into a main character would ruin kind of the arc that side character had, right? Where it's like sometimes authors would feel like, oh, if I want to make the side character the main character, I have to now give them a problem or an issue or some sort of trauma that they didn't have before. And it just doesn't make sense to have that kind of progression with a lot of side characters. But, it is fun to actually see, especially in video games, characters that were on the side get their own mechanical video game to them, especially if it's character enhancing, right? Where it's giving them interesting character development and fun things to actually do, rather than just feel like a cash grab, where they're just like, oh yeah, look at how amazing our characters are. Okay, there we go. I think having this character level 4 is going to be as good as I care to get them right now. Okay. All right. So we've got Amazing Island, Luigi's Mansion. I'm also considering playing through bits of, you know, the Mario Superstars game that came out on the Switch, where it's like the trio of games. Like, I'm pretty sure it's Super Mario 64, Mario Sunshine, and Super Mario Galaxy, all on the same game system. I haven't played through and beaten Super Mario 64, although I've watched speedrunners do that a ton, so it might be fun to kind of try out that one a little bit, but probably not. But I have played through Super Mario Sunshine and Super Mario Galaxy so much, especially because Super Mario Galaxy, which came out on the Wii, I actually played with Fiber, my brother. We played it quite a bit, because right around the time that the first Super Mario Galaxy game came out, our folks had a new rule about video game playing. Normally, we were only allowed to play video games for half an hour on Fridays and 45 minutes on Saturdays. And that's after you've done all your chores and stuff like that. So you know, it's very hard to actually play a lot of video games if you're only allowed to play them for like half an hour or 45 minutes, especially like the Legend of Zelda games. Those ones are nigh unto impossible to actually beat, because anytime you're midway through a dungeon and you save, it boots you back to the beginning of the dungeon. Ah, so annoying. But the Super Mario Galaxy game, it came out when our folks had a rule where we could, as long as you were playing together, you could combine your times together on video games. So like, instead of playing half an hour on Fridays and then 45 minutes on Saturdays, you could play for an hour on Fridays and an hour and a half on Saturdays, which is a huge game changer when it comes down to the to actually like how much you can get done in a game. So what we would do is one of us would play as Mario, and then the other one would play as the second player, the Luma, like the helper character. One of us would play as that. Like, we'd play in that for the full game time and then swap. And so like, we'd be playing for twice the time, get just about the same amount of stuff done, but it'd be so much more interesting to play through. Yep. I know that you want me to equip that. I just want to press auto equip. That's so much faster. Whatever. All right. Okay. I think... Actually, was there a level up that I missed? I think there was a level up that I missed. We're coming up on another area here where... Here, I'm going to pause my progression real quick. Yep, I did level up. We're coming up on another area here where I'm not sure if it will let me do it without moving the character. We're gonna have to find out, because there are some traps coming up where it teaches us the jump button, basically. Oh good, spacebar does work as a jump button. I might use that to make it just a little bit faster, a little bit easier. But we need to jump over traps, and it doesn't let the automated course happen during that time. So what I'm gonna try to do is I'm gonna try that method of, like, click to the other side and see if it'll let us move there. And then I just press spacebar, jump at the right times. But it might be that we need to control our character for the second time in this whole run. I have seen that I did know that people speedrun Mario 64 while blindfolded. Sadly, the reason I know that is because I know of a lot of instances where people have cheated on that, and people have like broken down the ways that there's no way that that could have actually been run blindfolded. Like they placed this giant record and it's totally false, right? I've seen a lot of videos doing breakdowns of that. I don't know why it is that those games always, like those sort of breakdown videos always pop up on my YouTube feed, but they do for some reason. Still, it's so impressive that someone could know a game so well, inwards and outwards, like back and forth, to the point of like how far they need to move into an area to beat a certain boss. Like, it's so impressive. You have to admire the dedication that people put into preparing to actually play a game in that way with so many restrictions put on them. It's really cool, really enjoyable to watch if it's done, if it's actually done rather than watching someone fake it and pretend like they totally did it. Yeah. So we might play a little bit of Super Mario Sunshine, followed by a little bit of Super Mario Galaxy. That might be really fun to do one of these days, because it is very much... On that one, too, once again... Oh, okay, cool. I'm attacking. I didn't really want to attack, so we'll just leave that area. I don't imagine we'd play through the whole game, just because, you know, those games are quite long, and there's only so far you can really play through them. Before you are just hitting an area where it's going to be a lot of grinding and a lot of just time spent in one particular level, which isn't as fun to watch on stream. But it might be something that we go through. Now I have Adrift on the list, and I've also added in Curious Disappearance and Little Nightmare. So those are all on my list now of also to play. In the future as well, the Klonoa games are something that I was always recommended to play when I was younger, and I never did, because I didn't have the right consoles for them. I'm pretty sure they were just a PlayStation exclusive. I might be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure they were just a PlayStation exclusive. I didn't really have a PlayStation growing up. So the Klonoa games are apparently coming out. Klonoa Fantasy Reverie series is coming out in like early July, and I might pick that up, because they do look... I do like platforming games, because I do feel like I'm pretty good at them, pretty good at timing jumps and runs and stuff like that. There is also coming out, and I'm not sure if I'd actually play this on stream or not, because the difficulty in playing some games on stream is you never know exactly like the level of quality they're going to have, the way that they choose to tell a story. You never know if that's actually going to be something that you actually want in your stream, or if it's being stream friendly. The game that I'm considering playing that I'm not sure I'd actually play on stream is the third entry in the Xenoblade Chronicles series. I played Xenoblade Chronicles 2 on the Switch. I really liked it. That's also because I really like gacha games where it's like a lottery selection, where it's, you know, like kind of like we saw here earlier with the familiars, right? Like I re-rolled, generated new familiars each and every time. I do like games that have kind of that element of randomness to it. We're completely unaffected by this dark miasma energy that they're trying to throw at us. I like gacha games, but I don't know how well they work in a stream setup. Because if you are just kind of like farming materials so that you'll be able to do the gacha one more time, that's maybe not as interesting as actually playing the game. So, that's something to consider. Also because in that game, like, they're not exactly the most modest characters either. Like, there's a lot of, like, weird designs of characters. Some of them are just really fun, where it's, like, animals, like large balloons and stuff like that. Like, some of them are really fun, but some of them are just like, I'm not sure I want to play a game with that person on my screen the whole time. So, we'll have to see. It will probably be something that I at least give a shot, but it might not be that I play through the whole game if we have that issue cropping up enough. Okay. It looks like we've nearly beaten, the sewers part down here. So the whole reason we came down here was because there were a bunch of monsters, and we accidentally ran into the King of Evermore down here, which is perfect because we needed to meet the king anyway to tell him about what happened in the kingdom that we started in this game. The fact that it was attacked by someone. Oh, goodness. Okay, before I accept that quest, let's go through the level up real quick. This one's not going to take too long. There's not really too much fancy about it. We have leveled up skill a couple of times. Are there any other ones here that I can claim? No, I don't think so. It wants me to make a friend. I should probably do that. Claim all, so I got some keys. It's probably in a social tab somewhere. Community, social. Yep. I'm pretty sure there's just, you can just click friends and say that you want to add a friend, and then it'll just give you some suggestions. So let's just add. Just adding a couple of random people here until we get someone that says yes down the road. Okay, and I think we're almost there. We'll do 1, 2, 3. That'll be it. That'll be good enough. One of those should probably friend us back. Achievements. Claim the achievements that we've got here. Wonderful. Oop. Oh, that's the enhancement equipment. Okay, I don't want that. Right. All right. So yeah, tonight from 7 to 9, I'm going to be playing Outer Wilds again. So Outer Wilds should be we should be hitting, I'm not sure if we're hitting near the end, but we're at least hitting an area where I think a lot of the routes that I've been taking, a lot of the mysteries that I've been sort of researching, where a lot of them are converging. So I'm really enjoying that. I think that's going to be kind of enjoyable to start to see all the pieces like slot together really nicely. That should be pretty interesting to have. We're about to walk up on the point now where there is the the traps that I need to like jump over. And I have no clue if that's actually going to like let me do it or not. Yep. Yep, so I need to jump over those. See, if I click this, it just, I guess I have to do it myself. Haha, it worked. Still no need to move. Now I just press cross the spike trap. Oh, fine. But I walked right through that. There. But I did. What do you want? Fine. We're just going to move all the way to the end and see what happens. I bet if I keep moving, it'll kind of realize in a little bit. Oh, I forgot to jump on that one. My bad. Are you saying I have to actually move onto it myself in order to, like, progress the story there? Hold on. I'm going to press spacebar to jump over this. Spacebar to jump over that. Oh, oh, we're fine. Yeah, totally fine. Do I need to stop inside that circle? Is that what I need to do? Stop inside the circle. Stop inside the circle. I stopped. What do you want from me? Okay. I think this has to be our second movement. What if I roll into it? Hold on. No, that's just moving forward. Okay. I'm inside the circle. I don't know what more it wants me to do. Okay, I think I literally have to move. No, it's still not. Okay. Let's do it the way it wanted us to. There. All right. So as much as I tried, as much as I showed that it could be beaten without moving over it, the game just insisted that we move over it. We might have to do that again. Come on. Are you going to accept that? You're not going to accept that, are you? Ah. Jump. Jump. There. So annoying. Okay. Okay, now... Now I think it'll let me click and jump. Okay, go back a little bit. So annoying. You legitimately have to move inside of there. Okay. Well, I showed that you can move past all of it just fine. Unfortunately, I mean, like I said in the thumbnail, the answer to this is mostly yes. Can you beat the whole game without moving? Mostly yes. There are a few triggers that it just won't let you not move directly into it. You can't do automated movement at all. The flag just doesn't trigger. So annoying. Whatever. It is what it is. I kind of get why the game wants to make sure you actually know those mechanics. But if you're gonna go all that far out on like making sure the whole game is basically automated, just keep it up. Like you're doing the whole thing anyway. New costume added. We're gonna go ahead and click that one. Experience night outfit. Might wanna... I'm gonna equip it, but I kind of want to dye that... I kind of want to add a dye to change the color of that yellow cape. Oh, can I not? No, I can't. Oh wait, yes I can. Oh, that's not what I want. Part 2. I could make it purple instead. That's not bad. I could also make it gray. Ooh, gray is good, I think. Let's go for gray. Confirm. Yes, I'd love to dye it using the selected color. There we go. And it's already equipped. Boom. Yeah, I like that coloration quite a lot. Okay. Oh, and dyeing a costume was actually an achievement thing I needed to do. So that works out well. Totally knew I had to do that. Codex achievements. Just get some more of these little rewards that it gives us for collecting things. A lot more reputation quests to pick between, so I'm going to do that soon as well. I think right now, actually. Yeah, okay. Rather than doing the quest for the king, we're going to go outside and do these quests instead. Bye, king. Okay, whole bunch of reputation quests outside. Almost all the reputation quests out here, like, unlock things for us to use later. So, like, some of them unlock mounts for us to travel on. Some of them unlock, like, the ability for us to use familiars, for us to craft weapons and armor and stuff like that. So it's always important to actually do the reputation quests. Especially because there are some parts of the main quest that won't let you progress until enough people around the area like you. So... all right. Oh, we have to learn about Swift Solutions first. The thing I find really funny about Swift Solutions, it wants you to go do a quest. So it'll go and be like, okay, let's accept an errand. Yeah, so let's go kill creepers in the corrupted autumn forest. But the thing is, the moment that you press accept, you can just automatically finish the quest by spending another 1,000. And normally the reward is more than 1,000. So you don't lose any money by finishing the quest. I mean, yes, technically you don't get an extra 1,000. But it's so much faster to just do this. So why wouldn't you just do this? A rare one. Ooh. I'll finish that rare one right now, too. See what I mean? It's just... it's a little silly. You can only do 5 a day. Otherwise, I would just sit here the whole time and only complete quests at this area because it pays you back more than you actually spend. Which would be really funny to do. Let's go ahead. We're gonna get the reward. Yep. The forge next door. Ooh, I got a second familiar slot. I'll have to fill that in later.
Oh, thank you for helping.
Okay, when crafting, everything is random. Yep. Yep. Come on, weapons. I need a strong weapon. 3-star, 3-star. Oh, yes, I got a 3-star water weapon. That's good. Anything for armor? Not yet. Okay. Before I get too much further, Let's equip what we've got here. Still haven't made a friend yet. That's rough. Any of these free? No? None of these are free. Check-in pass? No. Purchase that for 10 coins and immediately get 5,000 coins. Nice. Level achievement only if you spend money. No, thank you. Okay, bundles. Ooh, there's a daily gift for free. And utility-wise, ooh, no, thank you. All right. I think we're just about done here. Key card. Used to open up prototype trunks. Okay. No clue what that's about, but that's fine. I don't need to know what it's about. Let's first level up the skills. Oh, it looks like I leveled up twice without realizing it. My bad. It's fine to level up multiple times without realizing it. That's a fine problem to have. Get some of these achievements. Get some of the codex rewards. Collection rewards. I'm not yet going to do a new task there. I think instead, first going to open up all these consumable things. Okay, interesting. It's an item box I can't use until level 43. Was it 43? I think it said 43. Yeah. All right. Cool. Auto-equip. Auto-equip. Boom. Done. Easy. Okay. Let's actually enhance that 3-star. Should I enhance the 3-star? Maybe I should wait a little bit. Swift Solutions errands. Yeah. And then, now that we're done with that, click him again and instead do this task. 3 Brothers Birds. All right. This is another one where it just kind of has me walk around the whole area, gather a few things. The guy said the hat was too small, and then it's like, oh, but I think the hat will fit us. What? We're bigger than that dude by a good bit. I guess we did scale our head size all the way down to the smallest that it could be. So maybe that would fit then. But still, not something you expect. Quickly play one roll of the die here. Ooh, I got a bonus, which means I get to go again. A 2. Okay. All right.
Guess I'm stuck. Well, the designs make the hats. Please.
Can
This? Okay.
why?
I'll just give you a random one then.
Wait, what?
Now, let's see what you...
Okay, I get a random hat. Let's see which one it is. Okay, it's the little owl fedora. Equip the new hat. Character, costumes. Yep. I can get many costumes down the line. Hair. It's an owl hat. What one do I like more? Do I like the owl hat or do I like the catarumpus? I think I like... that's actually a kind of hard choice. I like how the catarumpus actually looks like this hairstyle. Owl hat, you'll notice it just goes to the default. Catarumpus, it keeps the hairstyle I already had. So I'm gonna keep catarumpus. Plus, catarumpus is cuter anyway. So, codex rewards, things like that. Oh. Here, let me very quickly, before I forget, I always need to make sure to have the stream open so that if someone does come in and ends up spamming something, that I can very quickly take care of it. I think it's gonna freak out. Yeah. Okay, that'll work. Okay. And then I need to immediately mute it. Okay. I want it to be live. There we go. All right. It's it might be a little, the stream might be a little bit chunky for a little bit, but that's fine. That's fine. Okay. New reputation quest. Yes, let's just go to some of these people.
So it, what's up? Some custom.
Want to give us that note?
We're going to a marked place on a map.
If we can find that treasure, we'll be set for cash.
Oh, that's right. It's somewhere else. Ugh.
I think it. Oh, try pulling it out. What is? Oh, let's see.
Music is the greatest treasure of all. If I said that, I'm sure you'd be mad, but that's not what we hid. I'll tell you where our treasure is hidden.
Our treasure is hidden.
Let's go ahead and at least claim all the stuff that we got from the dice rewards.
Whoa, that's amazing.
Ah,
Great. It's always adventurous. Oh, say hello to our honored guest.
I think this one's the stronger one. I should be fighting with a 3-star. Let's just double check. Pretty easy to double check on this one. Yeah. Yeah, the first one's the 3-star.
Oh, Clyde, wait. That's hey, it was.
Treasure chest key. Hooray. I have a couple of those now. But the chest is no longer here, so. There is a chest up there, though. Travel on foot to that destination. Ooh, look. We're actually getting really close. I wonder if I roll. Yeah, I think I can just roll right down to there. Oh. Hold on. It's not going to let me. Jump, roll. Oh, it doesn't want to let me go down a slight platform. Travel on foot. No. Okay. Right idea, though. Travel on foot. Roll? Oh. Come on. A little bit ahead of you, a little to the right. There. Travel on foot to there. No, it's right out of reach. I don't think it's going to let me go down that surface. Travel on foot. Come on. Travel on foot. Oh, I think it went too far. Yeah. Well, it might still let me do it from the floor down below. Maybe. No, probably not. Such a silly little thing I'm trying to do here. Travel on foot. Ooh, that might have worked. Maybe. We'll see. I'm not putting out a lot of hope for it. I don't think that... Yeah. Oh, ooh, that might have... Hold on. If I roll... No, it's not going to let me. Oh, so close. All right. The third time now that I'm going to move. This wasn't required to do. This was just me wanting to get something. It's not even all that good. It wasn't even worth it. It wasn't even worth making that be the third time that I move. Okay. Whatever. So the answer is you can beat it. You're just not going to be able to get all the treasures. Which isn't required at all. It's just such a silly little thing to also try to go for. Can't believe that I broke the rules of the game just for that. I did technically say, is it possible? Mostly yes. So I do have like some plausible deniability there, but not enough. Okay. I think now... I wonder if now I'm actually stranded on this rock. Hold on. Yeah, move down there. Travel on foot. Oh, no. It won't move down either. Ugh. There. Okay. So if something's in an area that it reads as unable to move to or move from, then it just won't let you travel there. Alright. Oh yeah, I can get a second familiar there now. Let's do the water one. Actually, let's just do auto-equip, see what it gives us. Oh, it gave us the grass one. Interesting. That's 9,900. They're the same. These are the same. Is it just because it's like, oh, like you may as well go all in on grass? I don't want to do that. Boom. There. If I press auto-equip, are you going to change it again? Yeah. Interesting. Whatever. I purposefully am choosing to do that. We're going to leave it there. In fact, to help you decide that that is actually what you want to be, we're going to go ahead and feed all these little water guys to the Prince of Wales. There. Now if I go out and I go back to familiars and I hit auto-equip, now is it gonna... Yep, no familiar to swap out. It agrees that this is the best option. So, that's good to see. Alright, we still do have a couple of reputation quests to do. All these are back in the main town, so we'll just fast travel there and leave it there. And now we're back to just being automated. Okay. Okay, I closed out of the stream because it was just, I felt like it was kind of lagging things down a little bit.
So, don't you want to be a star?
Okay, take a picture, post it on the wall.
What do you mean?
Why would you can practice singing?
I seem to remember... Oh no, is it going to try to make me dye my costume? I don't want to dye my costume. I already dyed my costume. Whew,
Now,
didn't force me to dye it.
now, let's take a profile picture to upload.
Yep, I know how to do this. I go to main menu, I press the photo. I use this menu to strike a pose. I can wave. And then take a photo with the shutter. And I can upload it to the wall. Or directly to my device. I don't want to do that though. Let me out.
Let's check your popular, and of course, don't forget to communicate. with
Social
your
menu.
friends.
Social. Oh gosh. This is giving me a lot of experience. It's giving me a lot of experience. It's the only reason I'm bothering to do this. I can see the wall. I can close out of that. Delete it. I don't have any friends yet. Oh, okay. I should have mostly been going for the ones that were actually here recently, I think. There.
All we have to do.
Okay.
We will be expecting great things from you.
All right. Okay then. Achievement awards. Just claim all those. Okay. We're still planning on being here for about 3 more hours. But we are hitting a point where it might be good for me to take a little bit of a break. Just a tiny one to actually get some food in my system. 2 random dyes, nice. What are they gonna be? A dark blue and a pink. Not exactly sure how I feel about that, but... Ooh, the shop has something. Oh yeah, that's right, I got some summon tickets. Are they for costumes or for equipment? I quite like equipment. Let's hope I get a 4-star equipment thing. I do have skip cutscene on. Looks like a low-ranking one, yeah, 2-star. Come on, something higher. 4-star? No, another 2-star. Oh well. Ooh, a dark hammer. That might be fun. I got a helmet at some point. Okay, equipment. Polish. It really wants me to enhance something. Fine, I'll enhance this. It's not going to go well for me if I try to do more than just the one. I'll do one more. Yeah, don't show that pop-up again, thank you. Okay, past that, I feel like I really should be waiting for when I get, like, a 4-star weapon. So I'm gonna wait to do any more on that one. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Equipment, equip. I'm gonna press auto-equip again, see what changes. Nothing changes. Okay. Then I'm gonna go over to here. Instead of doing a water weapon, should I do shadow or grass? I feel like grass has more immediate usage. So I'm gonna do that. It's technically 2 less powerful. Ooh. Oh, that's because of the familiars that I have. So the familiar that I have, because it's a water... Wait, do I have a water familiar? Yeah, since I have a water familiar, that's technically stronger. Because I guess that the defensive one is increasing the CP in a different way. Okay. Did I finish It Takes Two? No. What's happening is my brother, Fiber, which I only realized after the fact. I was like, huh, maybe that's why I'm mispronouncing Fiber Spike every time I say it out loud. Like whenever we were doing Rocket League. Fiber is actually going on a vacation. So they're going to come back Monday, which means since they're coming back from a vacation Monday, we're not going to play then. That would be a little too chaotic. Then on Thursday, which is when I normally play, Thursday is Fiber's birthday. So I'm not going to be playing It Takes Two with Fiber on his birthday. But it should be then Friday. Next Friday is when we'll get back together and we'll play through it more and see how far we can get. It seems to be, though, that I thought that we were getting kind of close to the end. Just because, like, it's sort of feeling like we're hitting, like, a closing point, where everything's kind of starting to get resolved. But it sounds like there's still quite a bit more to the game. When I stopped playing yesterday, we had just finished beating the space levels. We had then landed in Rose's room and found out that Rose can't see us, but we can affect things around them. So, unfortunately, the 2 parents decided, oh yeah, we're trying to make her cry, which I think is not the right idea. I don't think that's going to be how they solve anything, but whatever. They're trying to make her cry, so they're going to, like, break her elephant doll that she loves so much that she puts up on the kind of higher level of her room. So that's what they decided that they were going to do. Okay, they want me to do something with my equipment here. So, by the way, the structure of this game, you can kind of see it like written just right over here. But the basic premise of it is Ni no Kuni Cross Worlds is a mobile game. I mean, you can even see it looks like a mobile game for how it's all set up. The goal of playing this one right now, then, is to not move my character. This game is... It has been called excessively autoplay. And by that, I mean, it's taking the game... Oh, come on. I don't want to actually... There. I want to do a different one instead. There. It takes the premise of the game. Oh, I have to do... Fine. Level up that one. There. Are you happy? I wish it hadn't made me do that, but okay. All right. Oh, the last time this happened, I had to quit out and then come back in. There's a lot of errors, I think, around this quest. Anyway, the main goal of it is we want to try to beat the game without moving, because the autoplay in this, it moves you from point to point within the quests without you clicking anything. As long as you have the objective up here in the top left clicked for whatever you want to do, it brings you right there. It attacks all the guys for you. It starts talking to characters automatically. Like, it plays the game by itself, which I think is wild. Sort of makes sense for a mobile game format, because it's like, okay, like maybe you want to just kind of like sit back and watch the game play on your mobile device for a little bit, and then you control the things that you feel you have control over, right? Like adding in all these equipment things and stuff like that. Very quickly, I'm gonna have to actually, in order to make this properly load, I think I have to like quit out of this, end it. Press F1 to see shortcuts. Alt Enter or F1. Okay. Oh my goodness, hallelujah. I was trying to figure out how to make this just one screen for the longest time. Finally figured out how. Okay, cool. Right, now you're seeing a little screen capture of my desktop behind there as well. Okay, hold on. Does that mean... No, it's still not recognizing it as a game. Ugh, that's so sad. Alright, Alt-Enter once again. Yeah, so this game plays by itself. It does everything for you, which is wild. So I'm seeing how far we can get without ever moving. Right now, we've moved 3 times total. 2 of them were required to move. The third one was me foolishly jumping down to get a chest that was not needed. It was just me seeing, like, is it possible to get? Is the chest required? It wasn't. It was required in no sort of way whatsoever. But yeah, so we're just seeing how really far we can get into this, and we're just kind of having fun chatting as we go. I'm definitely not going to be playing this game for a super long amount of time. This is just kind of me having fun, goofing around, and trying to do a bunch of silly stuff as we go. Why won't it let me click some of these, but will let me click other ones? Is there a specific reason I don't have the game full screen with chat to the side? Here, hold on. What do you mean by that? Oh, you're saying, is there a reason why I don't have the game in this format, which is full screen playing like I normally had? And I think you're seeing right now the main reason why. So normally every time before the people have come in, I've had the game full screen behind me. Unfortunately, this game is not registering as a game. And whenever I try to make it forcibly register as a game, I try to change that game capture, change the settings to make it capture like a specific window, like Crossworlds or something like that. It just freaks out. It goes black and it's like, nope, we don't know what we're doing here. So I had to do screen capture instead in order to even get it showing the game at all. So yeah, this is set to automatically figure that out. But yeah, so normally I have the game full screen and then I'm right here, right in front of it. But I decided to start having my game out in kind of this framed playing area so that I can have a chat right above me that we can see. And then we have the game over here. And that way I don't block the screen too much. Like, the main thing that was a big problem whenever I was playing on It Takes Two, right? If I'd had that full screen with me on the right-hand side, I'm taking up quite a large bit of the screen that I was going to be playing on. So I needed to have it smaller up in the corner anyway. And I do kind of like how I can now have like a written description over here of like what it is that I'm playing, what it is that I'm doing, because it kind of like cuts off a lot of questions whenever I have someone new join the chat. So I think that it's right now in a format that I don't mind. This will probably change even further down the future, but I do kind of like having kind of a smaller game screen up there so that you can see the full screen itself, especially because a number of the games I play, like they place little UI prompts like right here in the bottom right corner of the screen. So it makes sense trying to actually have that work that way. The difficulty I'm facing now is that the game itself is kind of bugging out. It's not letting me progress. And I had this game, the same exact problem happen when I tried to play it on mobile as well. If I press here, yeah, no, this is just giving up the ghost. So what we're going to have to do, this is really fun. I'm just going to have to forcibly quit out of this game. Just force close it. Boop. Come on, close all windows. Oh man, it's trying to take over my computer. Close. Oh no. Thank you for the compliment on how it's set up. It's definitely set up differently than I normally have it set up, and it is still kind of, I'm trying to decide if I'm liking it or if it's growing on me. There we go. Ah, blessed silence. Yeah, this is, by the way, the screen that I have. This is a picture of a lake in Finland. I did not take this picture myself, but I have been to this area. Finland is kind of like the land of 1,000 lakes, so you'd love to play on phone. Yeah. The game is like 2 gigabytes large as well, which is much larger than like the phones that I had when I was I had to buy my own phone in high school, which I only got that phone even because it was because I got a job. So I got a job working at Cinemark Tinseltown, which is the movie theater not too far from where I live. And or lived at the time. Working at that movie theater, it was far enough away that I needed the phone to be able to actually contact like folks when I was going to be home. Okay, here we go. Net launcher, we're playing again. It should pop up first on my screen over here, and then I just Windows Shift right, and it pops. Oh wait, hold on. Have to wait for it to finish loading, and then if I press Windows Shift and right at the same time, then it pops over to my other monitor. There we go, like that. Okay. A little wonky, but it seems to be working. Okay. And then boom. What the? All right, sure. Put it in a second time, exactly the same way. Whatever. All right, now it shouldn't be broken anymore. Yeah, since we've had that newer theater come out, open up north, that one's been a lot closer, and it's still relatively around the same price point, so now I go there whenever I want to go see a movie, but... Okay, there we go. Now, see how the quest has progressed. Now it's not saying learn how to upgrade equipment anymore, which is good, because now I want to upgrade this equipment. Yes. All of them, please. Level that up. Great. Then I'm gonna go and enhance some of these other things. I do have some grass items here. Level them up. And then the last one I want to do is my light weapon. Okay. Boom. Yeah, I feel like this has very similar requirements to games like Genshin Impact, where it's like, it is technically a mobile game, but it's like a whole game besides itself as well. So how can I put this? I do like the gacha side of this game just because I really like gacha games. I really like games where it's oh, I need to fast travel to here. I do like games where there's a randomness to it, a random element of like, okay, like you'll go into an area, you'll do what you can to like to beat these monsters or fight through this area or whatever have you, right? And then after your fast travel again. All right, that was really quick. And then after you get enough of the materials, you invest in trying to like get a new character or a new weapon or a new equipment. Like I do like games like that because I think that it kind of changes a lot of the playthroughs of it. It, you know, changes a lot of what you're able to get and what resources you have, which means you're going to play through the game with a little bit different strategies, things like that, right? So one of the reasons why I really like randomizing Pokemon games, for instance, because it's taking a game with a very set amount of like resources and characters and stuff like that, things that you can use, and then saying, all right, that's normally what I can use. Let's wildly change that. And make it so that there are a lot more options ahead of us than there ever would have been before. So I do like games like that. However, I think it's a little harder to play those games in a stream format because the issue that you're having is this actually going to be interesting to watch someone like farming for all those resources, getting the materials, randomly rolling, things like that. Yeah. I feel like I've seen the cover art for games like Sky Children of Light, but I didn't even know that that was a mobile game. I've definitely seen the cover art for it though on my Nintendo Switch materials. Okay. It really wants me to enhance the weapons, but I don't want to enhance the weapons. So I think we're just going to start moving back on the main quest after I make sure that we don't have any reputations left. Do we have any reputation quests left? No. The next one's going to be unlocked when I hit level 12. So let's just go back to Evermore Castle and get that quest line done. Nice. All right. We're finally talking to the king. The king will let us know what the situation is, about whether or not they can help us, help our own burned down kingdom. Sky's very pretty. There's no fighting though for the most part. That does sound like the sort of game I could really enjoy. I really like games that are much more puzzle-based, much more visually interesting, right? Like, mostly because I'm really bad at combat games. I mean, you all saw, like, if you were watching me play Portal, for instance, right? Like, that's about as first-person shooter as I can get, where it's like a puzzle-solving first-person shooter. The moment that I was, like, running into the turrets and things like that, that were actually had the chance to, like, attack me and fight back, like, I was freaking out all the time. I was hardly able to actually, like, capably fight them. And that just gets even worse the moment that it's, like, that there's a health bar connected to encountering them. It doesn't work too well for me. So, I think, yeah, hold on. Newly available tasks found here. Yeah, I already knew that. It's telling me that PvP is open again. And I don't really care for that right now. I have a few games that I have on the list. In fact, I was reading through it earlier today even, for games that I want to play on stream. And I think all of them, you can kind of see like a common theme of them, where it's like none of them are like extremely, how do I put this? You don't need a lot of skill to play a lot of these games that I'm planning on playing. And the main reason for that is I am not as fantastic at most of those types of video games. I understand, like, Breath of the Wild combat, I'm actually really good at, but I feel part of the reason why I'm good at that is because it's like a third-person point of view, right? Where it's like you see your character fighting and you react appropriately. Like, that's a lot easier for me to do. Games that go first person end up really tripping me up, especially if it's a platforming game in first person. Oh, I'm really bad at those. I need to see my character third person and then move them around and have them jump up and stuff like that, or I'm not going to get anywhere in the game. The games that I'm considering streaming are, well, first I have up on this list, I have Amazing Island. Amazing Island is, oh my goodness, it's a really fun game, and it's a game that I don't think, even people in my generation, I don't think many of them have heard of it or seen it or really done much with it before, which is really sad because it is such a good game. Came out on the GameCube a while ago. Oh yeah, first-person Minecraft is another one where it's like, okay, I can kind of do well on that one, but normally I shoot it into third person because it's just easier that way. The Amazing Island was a game that came out on the GameCube. I played it a bit at a neighbor's house when I was in Idaho, came to love it, got the game myself later on. It's just so much fun. You make kind of like a like an avatar, like a partner monster sort of thing that will play mini games for you. You make this partner monster. They have different stats to them. You run into these mini games and you try to beat them all in a row to end up getting up to a boss and things like that. It works really well as a game setup, and I think it's just super enjoyable. So, yeah, that's one game that I want to play here, mostly to show it off, because, again, it's a game that not even a lot of people played when it came out. It wasn't a very popular game, you know, even though it was on the GameCube, it wasn't made by, like, a really big-name company or anything like that. So it kind of went under the radar, but it's such a good game for what it is. So I'll probably be playing that, because it's quite enjoyable. I have Luigi's Mansion on the list as well. That's because the first Luigi's Mansion game is so good. It's way better, especially than the newer ones that came out on the 3DS and then on the Switch. The one on the Switch is fine. The one on the 3DS is ugh, and the one on the GameCube is just so good. It's so enjoyable to play through, and it's really fun. So Luigi's Mansion I plan on playing as well. I might end up playing some elements of the Switch came out with a ported over version of 3 classic 3D Mario games. I think they ended up calling it Mario 3D All-Stars or something like that. I might be wrong on that. I forget the exact name of the remakes, but it's basically Super Mario Sunshine and Super Mario Galaxy. I'd like to play those a little bit, probably not all the way through, probably not beat it all the way, but at least to the point to show off how the game works, because it's super interesting. Yeah, oh man, Mario Kart Double Dash on the GameCube was a wild game. It actually had some elements that I wish that they would bring back into it, like Mario Kart Double Dash. You could have 2 people riding on the same car, hence why it was called Double Dash. 2 people would ride on the same car, and depending on the racers that were there, it would change the statistics of the car. It would change what items you could get. Like, they had special items that only certain characters could get. Like, bombs were something that only Waluigi and Wario could get. Triple shells were something that I'm pretty sure only the Koopa characters could get. Like the green Koopa and the red Koopa. Things like that. Like, it was so specific. Chain Chomp was something only the Baby Mario characters could get. I think Baby Mario, Baby Luigi both got Chain Chomp. I don't think Baby Daisy or Baby Peach got those. I think they got something else, but I don't remember what they got. I think they got the hearts. The heart items, which were the same as Peach and Daisy. I'm not sure. Yeah. Oh, Mario 64 was a game that I did not beat as a kid. We didn't even really play it. The story behind that is funny, and it does... How do I say this? If you have... if you love firmly believing in your middle school years in such things as the Tooth Fairy and Santa Claus and other people like that, you're going to want to shut your ears real quick for this. But I'm about to tell you why I never played Mario 64, Super Mario 64. The reason is, and this is kind of sad, when I was quite young, oh my goodness, I accidentally unequipped some skills. Oops. How do I get those back? Skills. There we go. Equip to there, and then equip to there. There we go. What ended up happening was when Super Mario 64 came out, I remember being in an area where there was a rental service kind of like Blockbuster. It wasn't Blockbuster, but it was kind of like Blockbuster, where you could rent out video games from them for a short period of time. And they had one of these Blockbuster-like chains attached to the supermarket that my folks would always bring us to go shopping at when I was really little. We're talking like 4 or 5 years old, somewhere around there, I want to say. Might have been a little younger, but I'm pretty sure it was like 4 or 5 years old. There's this rental service attached to the supermarket that we normally go to, right? We're walking out of the supermarket one day, having just shopped for a couple things, and I see the Super Mario 64 game. It's very distinctive. It's like kind of this 3D Mario, like swooping down, flying with like little wings out of their caps, right? And I thought, oh, that looks really cool. I'd like to play that. So I pointed it out, and I said, hey, could we get that game? And they said, well, you know, that game over there, like we're not going to spend the money to rent it, and you wouldn't really even get to play it that much. Like you'd only really get to play it if you beat the game all the way. Because my folks actually like are gamers themselves. Like they played video games when we were growing up. Some of my best memories are playing video games with them. But they explained, yeah, so that's not really something that like it works for just renting. You kind of have to own it in order to play it all the way through, and we don't have the money to just constantly be renting those video games. So I was like, oh, okay. We walked away from it. That night, I lost a tooth. And immediately in my little mind, I thought, aha, here's the workaround. You know, if Santa Claus can drop off gifts and the Tooth Fairy is bringing me money, maybe the Tooth Fairy can just like drop off a gift, right? So I wrote a letter to the Tooth Fairy, stuck it under my pillow with my tooth, let my parents know, hey, I lost a tooth. Didn't let them know about my plan with the Tooth Fairy. Because I just didn't think of it, right? I think honestly that I maybe wanted to surprise them with it. Like, hey, look, the Tooth Fairy brought me the game that we talked about yesterday. Now we can all play it. Yay! You know, that sort of thing. Put the letter saying that I want the game instead of money under my pillow, because I don't know why I thought that like a quarter was the same value as a video game. Went to sleep, woke up the next morning, check under my pillow, and there's a letter back to me with a quarter on top. And the quarter's there. The letter says, it's just very simple, and it says, thanks for your letter. I enjoyed reading it. However, I didn't expect that someone would ask for a video game on my trip, so I only brought quarters. I dropped off the quarter that you are owed for a tooth, but if you keep on being good, maybe Santa Claus will bring you that as a gift for Christmas. Now that sounds like a fine sort of letter. That sounds like a pretty good, pretty reasonable response to what it is that I had answered, that I had written and asked for myself, right? You can't be too mad about that as a kid. Like, okay, you know, I was in the wrong there. I didn't give enough warning, yada, 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 right? However, I recognized the handwriting of the letter because it was my father's handwriting. And I'm just reading this and I'm going, the Tooth Fairy isn't real. And wait a second, the Tooth Fairy is talking about talking to Santa. And the Tooth Fairy, now I know, isn't real. Which means Santa isn't real. And so I went downstairs. Remember, I'm like 4 or 5 years old, basically in tears, and confront my mother about this. And she realized very quickly, oh no, we messed up. Like, this is our fault. We didn't, like, we should have, like, maybe, I don't know, typed out the letter, printed it out, something like that. Like, this is kind of our fault right now. So she had to sit me down and admit, okay, don't be telling your younger siblings, but yes, it's something that we as parents do to be able to give kids, you know, like a little, I think the excuse she used was, like, it gives us an excuse to give you guys gifts when you normally wouldn't get them, right? So by, like, giving other people, having there be other people that don't exist that are willing to give you gifts when, during these, like, small events in your lives, like, it makes you feel that much more happy that there are people out there that want to give you gifts, that want for you to be happy, things like that. I don't remember the exact argument, but it was something along those lines. It at least, it mollified me enough, like, it calmed me down enough to be like, okay, I get it. But I never from that point on asked for Super Mario 64 as a game. I didn't ask for it for Christmas. I didn't ask for it for anything. It was just, I just avoided thinking about it basically from that point on because I felt such betrayal about it. So I never played it growing up. The first time I ever played the game was a port of the game even, was they made a version of Super Mario 64 on the DS, Super Mario DS. And that one was fine. It was a little bit different structure of a game because you could, like, play different characters and the balance of the game was a little bit different, but it worked out fine. So yeah, that's why I never played Super Mario 64, because I had a traumatic story attached to it. So yeah. But past that, now that we've gone through that story, some of the other games I'm considering playing are ones that have actually been recommended to me by people watching these streams. We've got Adrift, which is kind of a puzzle game. Has some mixed reviews because it is so short, and it's like $20. But I think for $20, I'm willing to get a game for just like a single stream or two. Stop asking for Santa for crazy expensive gifts, because I always like to think I'm a pretty bright kid. Yeah. I totally understand. I'm not sure if you'd call that humility or not wanting to be disappointed. But the idea of asking for smaller, more reasonable things with the idea that you're more likely to get them, that makes a lot more sense to me. I've seen some people go about it the other way, where it's they ask for something huge and then ask for something medium, knowing that they won't get the huge, but that they will get the medium. I've seen some people do that. That wouldn't have worked with my folks, which I think is kind of obvious from the letter that I wrote to the Tooth Fairy, right? Like, hey, give me the gift. And I didn't get, like, more money. I didn't get more quarters. I got the single quarter that I was owed, that I was due, and that was it. So, okay, let's go do another one of these reputation quests. Oh, and we can level up along the way. Huh. Yeah. It's definitely interesting, like, thinking back on, like, events that happened in your childhood and starting to realize, like, as an adult, or even just as someone older who kind of has an idea of, like, how you talk to and treat younger kids, right? Kind of realizing, like, why things played out the way that they did. Like, I remember, for example, I absolutely hate swimming. I've never been good at it. I always feel like I'm, like, going to drown in there. It's kind of been a phobia of mine. And I remember my folks trying so many things to help me feel more comfortable with water. Like, I remember, like, being in a bathtub and they fill it up with, like, so much water. They're like, okay, just stick your face in the water. Just stick your face in the water. Just that, and you'll, like, get a treat. And I would, like, pretend to do it. I'd get, like, so close to the water, I'd, like, dip my nose in it basically and say, like, I'm under the water.
discuss with you.
I'd say I'm under the water with only my nose in the water. I'd be like crying, like, I'm under the water. Just let me leave. Oh my goodness. It's little things like that where you're like, oh my goodness, there's no way I would have gotten away with that as a kid. And I'm shocked that I thought that I could get away with that.
It only took you this long to finally realize how great I am.
Oh.
Fine, I'll teach you.
I see that sort of thing. My folks, we never ate out when I was a kid. The only time that we ever would go out to eat, like out to like McDonald's or a place like that, we would normally go to Cracker Barrel whenever my grandmother would come into town. Or we'd go to, oh my goodness, the Amazon Rainforest Cafe up in Washington, Washington State. We'd go there whenever we went up to visit there, and we'd go see my great aunt Debbie. We just called her Grandma Debbie though. She would always bring us to the Amazon Rainforest Cafe. I think it's just Rainforest Cafe now that I think about it. But still, like, really good memories around that. But it was so rare. So we're going out to eat like maybe 2 times a year. Where it's like once when we go see Grandma or Grandma comes to us. And then once when we go up to Washington to be with Grandma Debbie. That was about it. Which, honestly, I kind of understand now. Like, now especially that I'm an adult and like paying for my own food, right? One thing that you realize very quickly is that it's so much cheaper to make your own food than to consistently try and go out for to like get food from fast food. It is technically, well, faster to get fast food. That's not surprising anyone. It's faster to get fast food. When it comes to getting fast food or eating healthily, like making like really healthy stuff with like loads of vegetables in it and stuff like that, it's a lot more tempting to go for the fast food because it tastes better, it's more immediate, and making healthy food takes a lot more time. But it is, in the end, so much cheaper to eat balanced meals than to keep on going for fast food. So I get now, you know, as an adult, why it is that we normally didn't go out and get McDonald's or things like Sonic or Chick-fil-A. Like, I've eaten at most of those stores, most of those restaurants, like up until like my senior year of high school, I'd eaten at most of those places only once, and I hadn't eaten at many other places. Like, I'd never gone to a Panda Express until my junior year of high school. I'd had Chick-fil-A food before, but I don't remember like eating Chick-fil-A like at home until like my sophomore year of high school, something like that. I'm sure if my folks like heard this chat right now, they would speak up and say, hey, we went at least once. But for the most part, like the fact that it's a maybe happened once, and maybe it was like when we were on vacation or driving somewhere and we needed to stop for food. Yeah, totally different. Oh, I totally understand that. There is definitely, especially once the school year's over and you've been a teacher and you've been working so hard, and then finally there's this release of responsibility. Yeah, I can totally understand springing for fast food a couple of times right at the beginning of the summer, because you want to stay lazy, right? Like, you finally have freedom. Why would you purposefully give yourself more work to do again? Why not just cut out all the work for a little bit? Like, it's more fun to do it that way. So I totally understand kind of changing your habits a little bit to match with like the end of a school year if you're a teacher or something like that, or to match other special occasions. I will say now that we have a little bit more, you know, all 4 of us kids are out in the world, most of us having our own jobs, things like that. Now things are quite a bit more open for us to celebrate. So like now it'll be like, oh, so-and-so got a job, let's go celebrate. So-and-so's like graduating from college, let's go celebrate. Like now we'll actually eat out more often to places, or it'll be like, oh, the whole family is home for Thanksgiving time, let's go out one of these days and go to a Mexican food place near us, or to Texas Roadhouse or something like that, right? Like, I get that. And now we're able to do that sort of thing. So, but yeah, when I was growing up, we didn't have the slush fund to be able to make those sort of decisions. because all the way up through my growing up, like, my mother is now a teacher, and my father has his PhD in mathematics, right? But growing up, my mother didn't get her degree in elementary education until I think 2018 was when she graduated. 2018, 2019, somewhere around there. And then I graduated, 2 years later. So growing up, it was just my my father working as a college professor that was making us money as a family. And having 4 kids and a teacher money, college professor money there, yeah, it's not fantastic. Yeah, that's a situation for sure. Yeah, see, that's exactly then the same sort of thing that I was at before talking about, where it's like, when you're in certain situations, like, you have to pick where it is you're going to spend money, where it is you're going to kind of cut corners and things like that. My family's quite lucky because even when it came to eating meals and stuff, all of us had, growing up, quite small appetites. Like, we're like rail thin kids that wouldn't eat much even if a lot was put in front of us. So that saved on grocery bills a lot, I feel, and that kind of helped us keep afloat during some of the leaner times. But yeah, situations like that, I totally understand, like, needing to kind of cut back and make sure that you're really only getting essentials rather than the things that are wants. That being said, it is good to, like, during celebrations, celebrate the fact that it is different, and get yourself like little pleasures like that, even if it just ends up being small, like dollar cones from McDonald's. Like, I remember asking for a dollar cone for a McDonald's as one of my birthday gifts. I'm pretty sure I got it too, which was great. But little things like that, right? Like, separate out the happy events with a tiny little splurge of a purchase like that, even if it in the long run isn't that large of a purchase. As long as it just feels like a different activity, as long as it's more separated out in that way. It could even be, I remember one birthday, I asked to be able to play video games for twice as long as normal. Normally, I was only able to play half an hour on Fridays and 45 minutes on Saturdays. I remember one birthday was on a Friday, and I asked to be able to play for an hour instead, and that was one of my birthday gifts, right? Setting up little things like that set apart sets apart those good moments of celebration with even just a small thing. I think that's important to make sure that kids have in their lives. Even if it is something small and super inexpensive like that, like, it's something you remember way down the road. Obviously, I'm still remembering that I asked for a dollar cone from McDonald's and that I asked for twice the amount of video game time, and the fact that I got both of them, like, that meant something to me as a kid, and it still means something to me as an adult, that they went out of their way to do something we normally didn't do or didn't allow. Yeah. It's actually, for a while growing up, it was a real concern over how much weight I wasn't gaining. Even if it was like that I was trying to eat a lot more and trying to actually gain weight to be in a healthy range, I just wasn't gaining weight for a really long time. Like, I couldn't go, I couldn't healthily go, like, overseas and participate in, like, different activities that were happening over there until I landed within a certain health bracket range, basically. And I was out of that bracket range for a long time. Like, for example, up until my senior year of high school, I was 5'8", 5'9", somewhere around there. And right now I'm like 5'9", 5'10", so I've only grown like an inch since then. 5'8", 5'9" was my height, and I was only 98 pounds. I was a 98-pound kid that was like, 5'8", 5'9". That's not a healthy range at all. And I was stuck at that weight. I couldn't get any heavier, and I'm like 17 turning 18 years old, and I'm stuck at that weight, and it's not healthy and it's not good. And so I had to, like, purposefully try to cram like, to cram a lot of different, like, protein gaining, like, weight gaining shakes, things like that, just to make it so that I could, like, not get a cold and be out of commission for the rest of the week, right? Because if you are down on those, like, if you are that, if you are that unhealthy, like, going and getting sick will severely put you in a pretty dangerous position because your body doesn't have enough resources to, like, fight back against whatever it's facing. Especially when you tack on the fact that I'm allergic to a bunch of, like, medicine-related things, like ibuprofen, different types of painkillers, C-chlor, which is like a type of medicine normally given to small kids and things like that. Like, I'm allergic to all these things, and they're blood thinners, which means if I'm an extremely light person and I'm losing any amount of blood, it's really dangerous for me. So, I managed to, by the end of my senior year, I got up to 108 pounds, which was great. And then overseas, in order to keep on staying healthy, I did a lot more working out. I ate with a lot more frequency. Like, I started, like, snacking repeatedly throughout the day, and I got up to about 128 pounds. And nowadays, now I'm around, like, 118 to 123. So it's like I'll wake up 118 pounds, and then by the end of the day, I'm normally like 123 pounds. Like, I have about a 5-pound weight variable between when I wake up and when I go to bed. And that's because, you know, I'm not working out as much as I did then, so I don't have as much, like, muscle weight. And as a teacher, I'm not all that physically active. Like, I walk around a classroom and I stand at the front of a classroom, and that's about it. It's not a sedentary lifestyle. It's not one where I'm sitting down all the time, because I am normally, like, standing up, walking around the front, tapping the whiteboard or the smartboard, and like, getting things moved on down the way. But it's not an active lifestyle still. Even with the fact that I'm not sitting down all the time, it's still not a lot of things that... Oh, wait. No. Stop. Dang it. I wanted to get that vista. Yeah. Because that vista vanishes the moment that you walk over this circle. The same thing happened to me last time. Anyway. So. Yeah. I'm now in a much better place physically healthy. Not fantastic, but better. This is another place where I might need to move myself, which is annoying. So I've spent this whole time trying to avoid moving. Because this game is so autoplay heavy. However, I don't think that I can do that anymore. Now, I am going to go ahead. I'm going to press this new task and say, yes, I want to exit from story mode for just a little bit. I'm going to say travel on foot. And the reason I'm going to say travel on foot, come on, is so that then I can stop right here. And then I can go towards this vista. Here we go. That was all a trick to be able to make the vista reappear again. Travel on foot to this place. Yes! There we go. I got the vista. So I've not moved my character personally at all. I've just made it automatically go to different locations. Okay. Beautiful. Lovely. All right. Let's actually return back to doing this. Start. Back in story mode. Let's get closer. Is it ported to Switch or anything? I do know. I mean, it's obviously on mobile. Oh no, it says I'll have to do it myself. It's obviously on mobile. I know that it's on Android and on iOS. I don't think that they have any plans right now to put it on a system like the Switch. They might, but I don't think so. Oh gosh. See, this is where it says I need to move to the selected location, right? But I'm pretty sure. Okay, this distance should be safe, they say. Great. Okay, the last time I had to do something like this, where it's like it won't let me go there automatically, right? Like if I click this, it says, I guess I have to do it myself. The last time that happened, every time that I tried to move to a location, it wouldn't accept it unless I moved there using the keyboard, like WASD. Okay. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Okay. Back a little bit over that way. Boom. Yes. Let's move, but stay away from that cockatoo. I completely agree. Let's move over here. Lovely. And then from there, it'll be much easier to kind of walk my way back over to here instead. Ooh, that's pretty close. If I just roll, will that do it? Yes. Okay. Boom. Easy. All right. Still haven't moved. Haven't had to move more than the 3 times. Okay. Yeah, so right now the game isn't ported to anything. And honestly, I'm not sure how easily it could be ported to other things. This game is like 2 gigabytes in size that I said, right? So theoretically, you could try to move it like over to PlayStation or Xbox or Switch, something like that. But I feel like a lot of the commands of it are very mobile game based. The game is about right now, and it's weird that they chose to go this route, but it is what it is. The Ni no Kuni series has always been, because there are 2 games that come before this. There's Ni no Kuni 1, Ni no Kuni 2. I think Ni no Kuni 1 is technically like Ni no Kuni Wrath of the Ice Witch or something like that. And I think it's just called Ni no Kuni 2. I don't know if it actually has a subtitle to it. I don't remember. But then there's this game. So Ni no Kuni 1 and 2 were all, it's very much like a Totoro sort of experience where it's like, we live in this world and then we can hop over to a fantasy world. And in the first game, you could hop kind of back and forth between the 2, I believe, between the fantasy world and the real world. Sometimes you do things in the real world to affect things in the fantasy world. It was like a fun little activity. It was a pretty good game. The second one was just outright, it was so wild. Like the main character, or the character that you at least play as a main character first, is the president of the United States. He dies and gets like reincarnated into a fantasy world with his gun still. Like, it's a wild premise. This game went sort of a similar route. It said there's another world. There's a fantasy world that exists that we can get to. The way that we get to it is we're actually technically playing a video game right now. So our character is doing something called a soul dive, I think is what it was called, where it's just like they're sitting in a container, in like a glass tube, basically, porting over into this. They think they're playing a video game, but it turns out this is actually like a whole nother world that I think even other players are actually getting stuck in. Like they can't log out or anything like that. Kind of like a Sword Art Online experience, but more, rather than being stuck in a video game, it's no, you're stuck in a fantasy world that you thought was a video game. So that's what's happened. We're stuck in this video game. We awakened as someone that's supposed to be like the Queen's protector. Someone that's supposed to protect the Queen in this area called the Nameless Kingdom. But the Nameless Kingdom, when we woke up, was under attack. It was all on fire. There were a bunch of monsters all around. This guy, this little black flying pig called Clue, was with us and was like the only one that really remembered like what was going on, kind of like let us know immediately, like, hey, you're the protector. You're supposed to be doing this. We need to go find the Queen. We need to help them. We ended up like the Queen was going to get captured by the enemy. So she threw over like a guardian stone or something she was protecting our way. We are now in possession of the guardian stone and we have to keep it safe and out of the hands of the people that wanted to fell the kingdom. She also like teleported us away from there so that we would escape. So we don't know what's happening to the Queen. We don't know where she is. What we're trying to do is we're trying to get help from people like the king, from people called world keepers that are going to be helping us through this area. This girl seems to be sort of related, like kind of the AI bridge between our world, like the real world, and this fantasy world. We don't quite know yet all the way. Her name's Rania. She's the main core of the Soul Dive machine. Okay, so she's like an AI interface. Sounds kind of like Star versus the Forces of Evil. I'll have to take your word on that, because I don't know that series.
There's something you need to know. Please protect me.
Okay. So...
They see it as a
Right. Okay, we're going to be fighting back against the setup of this area. That's fine. Yeah, I should be using the grass weapon here. Okay, so we're currently in the body of someone else that lives in the fantasy world. That's what Rania just told us. The Mirai Corporation is the corporation that, like, is doing the soul dive stuff, and they must know about the fantasy world because they sent us here. Rania is a system within the soul dive that's trying to figure out how it works. I think they got some sort of sentience because they're connecting to the fantasy world. So the goal is we're going to try to return ourselves and the other players to the world to stop whatever the Mirai Corporation is planning.
Please don't tell anyone that you've met me. The admins can't interfere directly.
Okay.
They can monitor. If the admins find out, you could be in danger. Don't worry.
Okay.
I don't think I'll be able to contact you.
So yeah.
Our time's up. Next time we meet.
Oh, yeah. Ready Player One is also another good way of thinking about it, right? So it's like you full dive into an area, you experience like the world and the bodies and the sensations yourself. The one situation difference here seems to be all the people that players are currently inhabiting in this fantasy world, they were real people, like people that had their own lives, their own things that they were going through, their own situations. And now the players have just kind of like abducted their bodies, like just possessed them. They don't have any memories of who, like attached to the thing. So they feel very much just like an avatar in a video game, totally controlling someone to do their will. So it's a little creepy. I'm not sure the game meant for it to be that scary, but that is what's happening. Like they said very early on, there was like a character, yeah, kind of like Avatar. Avatar, like with the blue alien people. That's actually a really good way of thinking about it. But you know how in Avatar, the guy in the wheelchair inhabited this body that they created, right? So that body didn't have any feelings, any emotions of its own. It didn't have its own like soul, its own personality before someone hopped into it. Imagine that the body had been like an actual dude that was like walking around doing his own thing, and all of a sudden just poof, in comes in like wheelchair guy. Just completely stealing his life, his actions, not letting him have any memories, not letting him have any say in what's happening. That seems to be what's happening right now, and I don't think they meant for it to be as terrifying as it is. But earlier on, we heard about like a shopkeeper was like was saying like, oh, I had someone like an apprentice that was supposed to start today, but they ran out of the first day of work shouting something about how I was an NPC and they were going off on an adventure. So like very clearly it's like people that were living in this world have just been kind of taken over by us players. You say more like Deltarune, and the answer to that is a solid maybe, because I haven't played Deltarune. I've only played a little bit of Undertale too. Like I know a lot of the story beats about it. I know basically the whole game. I just haven't actually played it myself. It is what it is. So here we go. Let's see. All right, we're gonna fight this Nest Guardian. All these people that are normally protecting like the world, the world keepers, like the guardians of these areas, they've sort of been corrupted by these purple crystals that have been being put everywhere. You've beaten both Undertale and Deltarune so many times. Wow. Yeah, it's just not a game that I've played myself. I could put it on the list, but I feel by this point that you kind of need a guide to go through it and get the endings that are the best ones, that are the ones that people expect for you to go through and get, right? Because you're most likely not going to get a full genocide run the first time you play, even if you're fighting things like you think you need to. And also, sort of in that same sort of vein, you're probably not going to properly manage to do the pacifist run, even if you realize very quickly on, like, oh, I don't actually have to fight all these people. Like, you're probably not going to do an actual true pacifist run or a true genocide run unless you're using a guide. So that's part of the reason why I haven't played them. Is I do like the idea. I do like sometimes playing multiple games, or like playing a game multiple times through to see like different endings and different options to them. But Undertale seems like a larger game to be trying to do that for. And to try to do it blind does not sound as much fun. So I might be wrong on that, but that's at least been my opinion as someone, you know, on the outside looking in. When you hear about all these people that are like, oh, the only way to play it is pacifist, or you have to play it genocide at least once, or you have to do it like blind the first time, but then play pacifist, but then play genocide, but then play it again so you see the secret ending of the... Yeah, no, by that point, like, anyone that wants to get into the game is, Yeah, I'd heard, I wasn't sure if it was you and I that were having that conversation before, but I'd heard basically exactly the same sort of thing before, where it's like, it is a little bit toxic of an environment at times, that the players have these very, like, staunchly held opinions about the right way to go through the game in certain ways. Yeah. And it's hard because you never want to generalize a whole fan base, right? Because a fan base is made out of individual people that have their own thoughts, their own personalities, their own reasonings for why they think the way that they do. But it is true that once you get enough people together, you do kind of develop a mob mentality. And that mob mentality can be kind of toxic, can be kind of bad across the board. They're all very possessive and it's crazy. It does make sense, like, no, you don't play my game, the game I love, unless you're playing it the right way. Yeah, I've seen that sort of thing before. That same sort of thing happens in smaller degrees in a lot of other games, though. So it's not just like, it's not only Undertale or Deltarune that has those sort of issues, unfortunately. Like, oh, I remember, here was one big one. Animal Crossing, right? Animal Crossing, the newest game, the one with the island. I forget the name of it. It's Animal Crossing something, like Island Designer, but it's not. Oh, I forget the name of the newest Animal Crossing one. New Horizons. There we go. New Horizons. I was like, it's like New Leaf, but it's not. There we go. New Horizons. So Animal Crossing New Horizons had a while in it where some of the people playing that game were very, very possessive over certain villagers. It's like, if you got the villager, you could have auctions for that villager to, like, basically say, okay, this villager is about to move out. I will auction, like, for so many bells or for so many furniture items or things like that. I will auction away them to come move to your island instead. Like, the biggest one that was done for was Raymond, the cat with glasses, because he was a new character that had just come out in New Horizons and everyone loved him. I got Raymond naturally. He moved in, like, he visited the campground a day and I was like, oh, this is a really cool character, and I went and got him. And then found out how extremely popular he was. I just love the fact that he was wearing, like, that little vest all the time. It was super cool. It was really cute outfit. I loved it. But there were legitimately people that would be playing those games, see, like, streams of people that are getting these villager characters that they love, and reach out to the streamers or reach out to the players and be like, you don't deserve to have that character. Like, you should be having them move out and give it to someone who actually, like, likes that character. Like, you're treating that character badly, or you're not giving them, like, all the items and stuff that they deserve. Like, all these sorts of things where it was like, whoa, like, hold off a little bit. Like, this is a game. These are bits of zeros and ones. You do not need to be possessive over these characters that you have no right to to try to claim any sort of ownership of. Like, that's not how it works. Yeah, it's wacky watching some fandoms and some particular fans make bold claims that kind of end up tainting the whole setup. No, that's quite smart to try to stay out of that fandom. Because the moment that you start to have people visit your island, you're gonna get critiques from them, whether you asked for it or not. I remember doing the turnip stocks. So stocks in that game being not just STOCKS, but stocks like growing plants, STALKS, which I just think is a funny little play on words there. Turnip stocks, it's the idea of like you buy turnips on Sunday, and then throughout the week, the price of them varies up and down, all these things. And you can end up making a lot of money if you visit someone else's island that is having a great price on those turnip stocks. I once had like a really good price. We're talking like mid 500s or something like that, like 500 bells a turnip, which is great because you normally buy them for anywhere between like 90 to 100 per turnip, something like that. Yeah, the turnip stocks. It's a beautiful pun. Like I had a really good price for them, so that someone could like basically multiply by 5 their income that they spent in, right? So if they spent 100,000 bells on turnips, they could get 500,000 bells back by selling them all at my location. And I was like, hey, I'll just open it up to the community. Bad idea. Bad idea. I at least was smart enough to put like fences down and stuff so they could only get like to the shop directly and nowhere else. But I was still getting tons of critiques from people, just unwanted, coming in and saying like, hey, like just so you know, like your island's laid out in a pretty bad way for me to do this effectively and efficiently. It's like, hold on, I'm just being nice here. What more do you want? Like, I'm just trying to be a good person that's giving other people the chance to like get more out of this game. Ugh. So annoying how some people just make your experience with a game so much less fun. But it is what it is. You kind of have to roll with those punches, unfortunately, at times. Oh, goodness. Sorry, I kind of died on the conversation there real quick because I just started like trying to hold back yawns. And then eventually just gave into it. Oh yeah, I hadn't even thought about that because when I was playing Animal Crossing New Horizons, the dream function wasn't even a thing. So you couldn't visit other islands unless you actually like knew the person you were trying to visit, like put in their specific friend codes, stuff like that, you know, their dodo codes or whatever. So I guess I had it a little bit easier there. You did meet someone who randomly showed up and gave you like 1,000,000 bells. Okay, yeah, that's a positive experience. That's really fun whenever something like that happens. I did have, there was one community that I was in where they were like, hey, I decided that I'm going to do a game of hide and seek on my island. So it's like they did a scavenger hunt thing. So it's like different little bags were hidden around their island. There was like a golden crown like hidden behind one of their houses, things like that. Like they did a whole scavenger hunt. It was so cool. It was a really exciting thing. So like communities can do like really cool activities like that. And it's super cool when they do. So there are definitely positive experiences to have when interacting with a fan base. Yeah, you have to be careful. But for a lot of cases, I think that there's good and bad within a lot of fandoms. And if you manage to find just the good, you're going to have a good time. So this is the kingdom that we launched into first, that's completely burned down and destroyed now. And that's the Guardian Stone that the Queen gave us. So we're back in that kingdom after the fact, after like everyone's basically already left. The Queen's already like probably been abducted and brought somewhere by the other force. And it looks like the Guardian Stone, even just being back, already goes ahead and fixes quite a bit of this area up, or at least makes it able to be inhabited again. Is that just outright going to fix the whole kingdom? That's wild. It did! Okay, cool. Right. This... Okay. I wish that all sorts of chaos could be fixed this easily, but alright. So, joining a kingdom, awesome.
I will do my.
We'll bring her, please.
We won't lose.
Okay. I think I actually do want to join a kingdom in this, because kingdoms are basically guilds within this. And there are a lot of quests that are actually attached to being in a kingdom, being part of a guild. And there are rewards that you need to actually have like a number of other people in the same guild as you in order to get. And that I mostly just know because of this last handbook here that I have. So these are like different achievements that I should be trying to get right now. So this first one, for example, is you need to check into the kingdom. So when I did this on my personal game, which I didn't get much further than this, I just decided to make my own kingdom because I was like, oh, like, I don't really want to try to join another guild. That sounds like a bad idea. I made it my own, and then I got stuck pretty early on because you can't do a lot of these things unless you're in like a popular guild, a popular kingdom that's kind of growing. So we can see in the chat, we're going to have some people go and like try to recruit us to different kingdoms and stuff like that. Ooh. If I click this, join kingdom, they're currently recruiting. They're like level 42. Oh, I joined their kingdom. Haha. Oh, that was easy. Okay, boom. Done. Sure. Okay. We're in this kingdom now. Dominion. We're going to go to the Dominion here, see what they've got. Having a level 5 thing and being a level 42 character is probably pretty good. I kind of hate having to rely on strangers for that sort of thing. Yeah, I totally see that and agree with that. Oh, I have to do a reputation quest first. Big on Cookie Run Kingdom. Oh my goodness, I remember that game. Yeah, guilds were kind of weirdly set up in that one, especially because the thing I think I get weirded out by the most is the guild chat. So the fact that like people can reach out to you in the guild and be like, hey, like you have so many responsibilities if you're going to be a member of this guild, things like that. Like that's a little weird in my opinion. Okay. If I check the kingdom, have there been a lot of chats into here or no? Oh, okay. Now it's going to let me check in. Right. Yeah. So see, this is it. Like the more people that there are playing in the guild, the better rewards you get for doing things like check-ins and donating and stuff like that. I also want to point out, once again, like I have only personally moved my character left and right and up and stuff like that only 3 times so far, and only 2 of them were actually required. So the fact that everything is just automated to this point where I can be doing all these things without ever really putting my own hand to the joystick is pretty wild still. Okay. Donate to the kingdom. Yep. Okay. So I can donate 3 different currencies. I can obviously donate gold. And that one's really easy to do. Yep. Let me donate all the gold I possibly can. I can also donate all the obsidian I possibly can. Which is just 1 set, I guess. Okay. I'm gonna get more as I keep on doing some of these quests.
Yes, of course. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Again, I don't think I have a huge problem with it. It's definitely a choice that they decided to make. They decided, you know what, we're going to make this game basically 100% automated. Like, as long as someone's willing to click through the text boxes, the game will play itself. And I guess I am fine with that. It's just really weird to think of. The fact that, like, you have a video game and you're almost never going to actually play it. The game is just going to play itself and you're just going to be kind of along for the rides. Yes. I totally get that sort of thing. Where it's, one of the things I normally do when I log into a game for the first time is I click options. I see what all the different like controller options are. I see what the different things that I can toggle with are. Because I like being in control of a video game and feeling as though like I have personal accountability in the places I go, the movements I make with my character, things like that. Like I like feeling like it's me that beat the game. And right now, like this is definitely a game that I'm only going to play a few times because I don't get that feeling with this game. This game feels very much like a yeah, I'm just watching a weird movie. And I'm occasionally clicking through and like I'm making the movie easier to watch. Like that's what it feels like I'm doing. Like whenever I like click through all these achievements and I like have the flashing buttons happen and it lets me like complete objectives and accomplishments here, right? Like it just feels like I'm just making it easier for the guy in the movie to do something. Here we go. You see how like developing the kingdom, I need to clear a citadel quest. Let me go do that. Ooh, I got a ring. Nice. Okay.
Welcome.
So, we're gonna go ahead and do a citadel quest. Most of these are pretty easy. Oh, it's gotta put me through a tutorial. Here we go. Let's hope this tutorial doesn't bug out like the other one did. We receive Gilder, which we use in the general store, as long as we do these quests. Change all the control settings to one thing. Oh yeah, that's actually very true. I'll end up like whacking a carrot into outer space. Yeah, one of the things that, oh my goodness. Oh, I should have waited to donate to the kingdom until after, whatever. Attempt to enhance an item 2 times, so that'll be easy. One of the things that, how do I put it? I constantly have to, whenever I play Breath of the Wild, I need to change. They have an option to like swap, I think it's like B and Y or something. Like you can change like what the jump button is and what the attack button are, something like that. Like it's something, it's an in-baked thing where you can swap around the controls a little bit. And I always need to swap that set of controls because otherwise, oh, it's like opening up your glider. It's like jumping and opening up your glider are like 2 different buttons in there. And if I don't swap them, then what's going to happen is I'll walk off a cliff and hit the button that I think is the glider, and it's actually just the jump button, and I'll just fall and just like hit the ground hard. Normally die, because if you're planning on gliding off of something, you're not going to survive that fall. Yeah. It's always, I think, kind of interesting how some games try to maintain controller setups to make them very simple and adaptable and easy to grasp, and some seem to just be having it out for you, like trying to make it hard to actually do anything good. I obtained the reward now. Okay, cool. All right, I got a reward. Nice. Let's see what else is in this community thing. Why do you want me to... I already went to the check-in board. What more do you want me to do? I think it's probably freaking out because it thinks that more people are in this guild that can be contributing. Are there more people in this guild? Let's quickly click the community thing again. Click Kingdom. Members. How many people are in this? Oh, it is just like 7 of us, isn't there? 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, I guess now 8. Invitations, join request, new members today, 3. Okay. Oh, good to know. Yeah, most of these people are up quite a bit higher of a level than I am. Level 20s at the least, and then up to level 30, level 40. Nice that they've left me in and they haven't booted me out already. Here, let me just put on the glasses because I keep on like leaning in to like see what's being said. Mm-hmm. That's really funny. I hadn't even thought about the fact that like when these games came out, you know, like kids are going to be playing these games and interacting with them in an imaginative play capacity, where it's like you're going to pretend to be those characters or to do those things you can do in those games. Like that wasn't as big a thing when I was a kid, because when I was a kid, like, you know, we had the N64 and then the GameCube. Like it was those 2 generations of games sort of. And most of the games on there are like, you know, your really, really basic games of like, oh, like it's you're gonna pretend to be Donkey Kong from Donkey Kong 64, and like, you're gonna be looking for bananas and stuff like that. Like that's my childhood right there, is like pretending to be a monkey, like running around from one of those sort of games, right? Like I hadn't even thought about like, oh, like I want to pretend to be like a Minecraft character. I'm gonna punch a tree, or yeah, like LARPing sort of thing, you know, pretending like your characters from different games. I hadn't even thought about how like more recent games kind of get those same sort of interactions with small kids. Because you have to understand also, like all of my being a teacher, I have taught middle school grades and I have taught kindergarten. Those are the two like radical ends of teaching that I have done. So like it's a very different set of experiences. Kindergartners normally aren't pretending to be like certain video game characters or anything. You sometimes get them pretending to be like superheroes, which has always sort of been like a pretty constant, like kids pretend to be superheroes and beat up the bad guys and things like that, right? Like that's a pretty constant action that a lot of kids take in their make-believe play games. But I hadn't thought about like, oh, I'm going to pretend to be like a character from Legend of Zelda. I'm going to pretend to be one of the Koroks, and I'm going to hide in a weird place for this hide and seek game or something like that. Like that's kind of funny to think about. All right. I have to do just a few quests around here so that I can open up more options within the kingdom for me to use. I don't quite understand what you said there, but... Oh, yeah, let me just hop under this rock real quick. Yeah, exactly. Like, I hadn't even thought about how video games can be changing those games that I did play as a kid by sort of informing it in a different way. Okay. I just have to run over here, drop off a package, come back, and buy some stuff. Not bad at all. Okay, see, it's even automatically talking to these people for me. Like, I don't even need to press any buttons. Okay, dropped off a package and running back now. Yeah. The Korok sounds are always funny. And then, of course, if you pick up a rock to find a Korok, you have to drop it. Yeah, these characters very much, they're taking a Studio Ghibli sort of style to them, which I think is pretty interesting. I mentioned this a little earlier when I was streaming, but I think it's really cool that they are that they managed to take the Studio Ghibli sort of setup and managed to kind of 3D-ify it. Like, to me, growing up, Studio Ghibli movies were always like these 2D things. I mean, I grew up thinking that they were outright Disney movies because Disney is the one that released them, right? Yeah, that's the sound that the guys make. But Studio Ghibli movies, like, you know, like Spirited Away, Howl's Moving Castle, My Neighbor Totoro, Kiki's Delivery Service. Oh my goodness, like these were movies that I like grew up watching. Technically not Howl's Moving Castle. Howl's Moving Castle, I grew up reading the book and then didn't realize that there was a Studio Ghibli movie until like freshman year of high school, somewhere around there. Like, it was ridiculous. And I really love that movie. It's such a good movie. So yeah, it's all very interesting to kind of run into. Yeah, it keeps on telling me to go to the check-in board, but my check-in is complete. I don't know what more you want me to do, and it keeps on flashing a notice that I need to do that. Okay, whatever. I'm ignoring it for now. New tasks. We're going to Lloyd. Okay. We have so many quests around here now that we can do. And we're just going to run between all of them because it's going to get us a good amount of experience to make the rest of the encounters easy here. So. Okay. Gonna learn about the lab. It's pretty simple. They're looking for stats that'll permanently increase things. Yeah, it is definitely, Studio Ghibli characters especially have a very smoothed out look to them normally. Like you said, like perfect skin sort of thing. The only time they don't have smoothed out perfect skin is when they are completely the other way around, where it's like, oh, you're the old lady, and then all of a sudden you have like 10,000 wrinkles smashed into a single inch of skin. It's always very interesting how they choose to kind of go that route. Okay. It seemed to want to... Hold on. It seemed like I was going to be able to open up another part of the lab. Like why is this... Oh, there we go. See? Like, I have enough gems to open up this slot. It's not owned. It's not owned. Okay. Is this just for me to decide what I want? If I want additional attacks of some kind? Like, I'm willing to get this, but is this like the guild's currency? Or is this my currency? If this is the guild's currency, should I be spending it? Yeah, an uncanny valley kind of thing. They're either flawless or hideous. Yes. Even the ones that they try to make, like, really hideous, end up generally also having their own charm to them. Like for example, in Castle in the Sky, or Laputa, the pirate captain, the old lady pirate captain, who has almost exactly the same design as Sophie in House Moving Castle, but that's its own thing. Like, she is just such a fun character that the ugliness of it ends up kind of having its own charm. Let's do a protection blessing. Oh, that's 10,000. I don't feel confident enough spending this own guild's currency, because I'm not sure if it spends it for just me or for everyone. So I'm gonna wait to do that until after I know for sure. Because that would be a good way to get booted out of a group very quickly. Just immediately spend all of the currency that they've been saving up on something small. Yeah. You found a cat. I didn't even know that was like a little emoticon or like a YouTube thing that you could put in. That's funny. Okay, auction house. We need to enter a raffle. Oh, it's gonna give us a tutorial again. All right. Okay. Boom. Use Gilder to enter, and then even if we don't win, we still get consolation prizes. Okay, no items are registered. There's some pretty good rewards in here, though. Entry reward. Okay, which you only get if there's 10 or more people in. So that's going to be a bit long before that actually happens. Yeah. I have watched a number of live streams, and it's half of the reason why I have enough information that I do to be a multimedia teacher. Because once you actually are watching live streams often enough, then you kind of get a feel for like, okay, like here's the pace that a person needs to normally have. Here's how much they should talk. Here's how much they should stay on topic. Here's how much they can kind of go off topic, but still feel as though like they're contributing to whatever it is that they're playing, right? I think it's a very interesting craft to try to get used to, which is part of the reason why I'm going to try to be making it a section of, if not my main multimedia class, at least part of my broadcasting class. Last time you stayed up was until midnight watching a horror game playthrough by Markiplier. I'm always terrified by live streams that are horror games that go into the dark hours of the night because inevitably is going to make me terrified trying to go to sleep. The same thing happens for me. Generally, one of the ways that I can kind of still get the same experience but avoid it a little bit is if you watch VODs, like posted versions of live streams after they've already, like if you're not watching it live but you're still watching like the full like 2-hour, 3-hour version of a live stream, Then you can like turn it up to like ×2 speed or ×3 speed or something like that. And you're still watching it just fast. You're still seeing all their interactions with chat. You're still seeing everything they do. You get still good idea of the pacing, but you get to watch all of it a lot faster. And if it's a horror one, you're much, much less likely to get scared as easily because everything's just happening faster. So you have less time to process it. Jump scares are like kind of too quick to react to, which is really good because I don't like jump scares in horror video games. I think a lot of times whenever there's a jump scare happening, it's normally kind of taking away from like how scary the game could be. Like if it's choosing to only do jump scares as its form of horror, like I feel like it's losing out on a lot there, and it's just kind of going for cheap scares. So I really enjoy ones that are like a constant creepy, scary vibe. Even if there ends up being almost nothing scary to it, even if it's just the ambiance of it. Little Nightmares is something that I haven't actually seen much of, and I do actually want to play in a stream now. I have it in my list of things to consider playing. Oh, I can use Gilder to purchase these buffs, but it's only for a set amount of time, right? It's only for a little bit of time. And see, yeah, this definitely does look like guild gold. Yeah, I'm not gonna spend that.
Come back soon.
Okay. Quest complete. I'm almost done with these guild quests, I think, which is good. Yeah. Oh, man. FNAF Sister Location was the first attempt that I ever had towards trying to play a FNAF game, and it did not go well for me, because there are a lot of jump scares in that one, like especially right at the beginning. So, yeah, it was not a game that I had any desire to keep on playing through.
Well, there's a problem, especially if we must
I've seen the newest FNAF game, Security Breach. I've been told that's a bit better at not just doing jump scares, but I don't trust the opinions of those people enough for me to actually get the game and try the game when I've had such bad experiences with FNAF in the past. Yeah.
Let's do. Anyway.
So this is like a little kingdom defense game sort of thing. Like we're going to be invaded by goblins as they're trying to claim the heart of the world. And I honestly want to see just how far I can get without picking anything. Like it's just going to do auto fight. Eventually defense towers are going to be built, but until that point, yeah, goblins are helping out with today's training. And we're just gonna see how far we can get in this. It looks as though I need to be using my water weapon, which is good, because that's my strongest weapon anyway. I'm sure I'd be doing more damage if I had a fire weapon, but I don't have a fire weapon yet, so. Yeah, like, I've lost barely any health at all. Hey, Ghost Sprite. No, it's totally fine, I understand. So, just in case you haven't yet read the description down here, this game is basically, it's full of autoplay. It just basically plays itself. So I've just been sitting here chatting with people, talking with them, explaining like, you know, a little bit more about my plans for the summer, talking about the different games I've played before, talking about multimedia and like how it kind of came about at our school, like some of the things that I'm considering like adding in on the future that we have for the class, things like that. Like it's been quite fun just kind of sit and chill and watch how much of this game just does not need someone playing it for it to actually be played itself. My character's doing quite well at just being an automated setup here. Okay. I have a little bit of ramen over there that I've been meaning to kind of finish. So I'm just going to very quickly, don't mind me. Ah, oh good. They finished the training. That's beautiful. Lovely. All right. I normally don't have ramen because it's very cheap here and you can't get like the really good ramen without going really expensive. But sometimes you just don't feel like cooking up a whole meal and the leftovers that you have are a little too big to bring to the table area. So I just make myself a little pot of ramen. Ate a bowl of cereal and some toast. Nice. When I was growing up, we always had, I'm not sure if people call it the same thing, so maybe you all could help me with this, but we always called cereal, you either had normal cereal or dessert cereal. So like sugary cereal, like Cinnamon Toast Crunch, Frosted Flakes, what other like really sugary cereals are there? Lucky Charms, things like that. Things that like obviously like they were mostly sugar based. We always called those dessert cereals, and we were allowed to have, as long as we had one regular bowl of cereal first, you could get an equally large bowl of dessert cereal after. So your regular cereal was like Cheerios, Honey Nut Cheerios sometimes counted as a regular cereal, and that was really good. Life, no, Life was a dessert cereal. I'm forgetting some of the other ones. It was like, you know, really basic. Kix. I'm not even sure Kix is a thing anymore. Kix was like this, like a corn puff sort of not sugary at all corn puff cereal. Man, I remember Kix. And bread is bread. Bread is always good. Bread is fantastic. I love bread. Toast is less good in my opinion. I don't like heating up bread, but you always call it sugary cereal. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I figured it was probably mostly either called sugar cereal or sugary cereal or something like that. We always called it dessert cereal because we'd had it after. You have Kix right now. Kix is still alive. Oh, that's so good. I'm gonna have to try to figure out where I can get Kix. I honestly don't seem to remember liking it all that much, but but it was definitely one of the choices that we always had. And I always tried to just kind of bounce around to the different choices so I didn't eat just one thing for too long. Okay, a supplier for the restaurant. Oh, Zephyr Station. Hey. Okay, it just fast teleported us there right away. Okay, yeah, sure. I'm fine with that. Life counts as regular cereal in your house. Okay, I have a feeling that Life ended up becoming regular cereal in our house after a while. But for the first bit, I'm pretty sure it was like a sugar cereal. Oh, shredded wheat. Shredded wheat was a regular cereal, but the frosted shredded wheat, or the powdered sugar shredded wheat, whatever that has like the white like caramelized sugar on it, that was dessert cereal. Honey Bunches of Oats. That was another. Normally, Honey Bunches of Oats with almonds. That's the cereal. That is the cereal to have. I really like that stuff. Okay. Got some ingredients. They smell fresh. I just saw that, right? It said they smell fresh instead of they smell fresh.
Let's see.
Oops. Spelling mistakes. Gotta love them. Frosted shredded wheat is one of your favorites. It's a regular cereal. Yeah, I don't know why you'd eat the unfrosted kind either. Okay. The food gives buffs. I don't have enough materials for that. Oh, now it just gave me enough materials. Cool. Super weird looking. It's like a bagel fish. Toasty taiyaki. Okay. Oh yeah, taiyaki is like that fish. Yeah, it's like a stuffed fish with stuffed with a bean paste. It's just a weird design for it, that's all. Okay. Oh. Oh, this is cute. Reminds me very much of the Monster Hunter animations whenever you're eating food made by made in Monster Hunter. That's kind of cute. You put tuna on a bagel once. I don't think I've ever tried that. Oh, I've tried something similar though. A regular meal at our house was tuna melts. So it's like you'd get an English muffin, or you'd get a piece of bread, depending on what you had available. Was there anything else we put it on? I'm pretty sure it was either English muffin or bread. I'm pretty sure that was it. Yeah. English muffin or bread. Oh, no, it wasn't English muffin. I don't know why I'm thinking English muffin. A hamburger bun. There we go. So a hamburger bun or a piece of bread. You'd put on tuna on it. You'd put on, like, a piece of cheese, a little bit of pineapple as well, and you'd have this tuna melt, and then you'd put it in the oven and let it heat up and kind of toast itself. Like, that's what we would normally do. So it's kind of similar to tuna on a bagel. It's just like a toasted bagel, basically. I really like those. Like, it's really good. Okay. I think those are all the reputation quests for here. Yeah, like this last one requires the quest to be... Still letting us move over here, but... Why is it locked? There we go. Kingdom level 7 needs to be reached, and I need to do something inside of the Nameless Kingdom. Oh, wait, I've already done that. Okay. So, we need to hit a level 7 kingdom altogether. All right. Let's go back to here. Fast travel to you. It is amazing, believe me. Tuna melts are great. Okay.
The city's in danger. How come they died?
Okay, the Endless Labyrinth. I remember this. The Labyrinth of Dreams. Now it's going to do a tutorial. Let's go to the Labyrinth of Dreams. Challenge. Labyrinth of Dreams. Yep. For the first part, you really need a fire weapon. And I don't have a fire weapon, so we're probably not going to stay here long. Probably just going to do the first one. Used to buy tiny Eggos and make little chicken and waffle sliders. That does sound pretty good. I don't remember us often having, like, toasted waffles and stuff like that. Okay. We used a familiar skill. We defeated 4 monsters in 25 seconds. Now we just need to finish clearing the dungeon. Nice. Easy. We'll click next tier and do the next tier once, but I think after that point, we'll just leave here. Because the next one doesn't require you to do, like, special moves or anything like that. It's literally just have a familiar, have more health, don't use too many health potions. Okay, that's it for food. Woo! Alright. I had been planning on ending this at 4 o'clock CST, but we're actually hitting a pretty good point story-wise for me to end at 3 o'clock CST. So we might do that. We might end a little bit earlier in the stream Because, I mean, I've been playing since 11 o'clock anyway. Like, there's only so interesting that this game is going to get. And I think most of the fun stuff that I've been doing in this stream has been just talking to people and seeing, chatting with them, recalling old stories, things like that, kind of figuring out some ideas for, like, what streams could have in them in the future. Like, I've really been enjoying that sort of stuff. Hey, Sanson, why won't you talk to me? Oh, you have to clear 1-3. Fine. We had to clear the first 3 stages. I didn't even see that. Okay. Oh. Alright, last one. We need to do a lot of damage in one hit. If these are a bunch of grass creatures, then I'm gonna need a light weapon to do that much damage. Yeah. There we go. This is going a lot faster now that I have a weapon that isn't resisted by them and doing half damage. Yeah, I'll go ahead and add Sky to my list then. I feel like it was more to the name than just Sky, right? It was Sky, something adventure. Sky, Children of Light. That's it. It's very puzzle-based, and it's multiplayer, too. Okay. Let's add that in. Ah, come on. The pen is dying. Come on. There we go. There. Sky. Children of Light. There we go. Okay. I love having this little notebook, because this keeps track all the sort of stuff that I need to worry about for my streams and things like that. And like little summaries of like when I'm playing the Outer Wilds and stuff like that, so I can actually remember like what it was I was investigating, where it is I'm planning on going next, things like that. It's making it a lot easier. I'm playing Outer Wilds again tonight from 7 to 9 in another stream, because, you know, I'm going to like end this stream and then start that other one later after I've had a chance to step away from a computer for a bit. And that should be pretty exciting, because after rewatching some of the past streams, I think I have figured some stuff out that I need to do. So I should be a lot more targeted with my ideas of where I need to go on that one. So I'm looking pretty forward to it. Okay. Equipment enhanceable. I didn't want to enhance this, and it looks like I can't anyway. Okay. It wants me to enhance one of these. Boom. And then also the gloves. I mean the ring. I have some stuff for the ring as well. Yeah. Okay. I need to enhance like 2 times, 3 times. I don't remember. May as well just upgrade this all the way. You might show up for that one too. Please feel free to. It is definitely like, it's a space mystery game, and I'm kind of in the thick of it. But I think I've gotten it to a point where I can pretty quickly like explain like what it is, what's the task I'm trying to do right there. So I don't think that anyone would get too lost watching. It would just kind of spoil some of the build up yourself if you plan on playing the game yourself. But for the most part, I don't think too many people plan on playing that game themselves. It's been out for a good while, and it's not the most popular of a game to go back and revisit, which is part of the reason why I wanted to play it on my stream. Because it likely wouldn't get spoiled by anyone popping in on the chat. I didn't want anyone to come in and say like, oh yeah, by the way, you were dead the whole time, or something like that. Let's go ahead and buy some of these. Because things that enhance my familiars, I think I needed 3 of those. So let's quickly check out that on in the handbook again. You're welcome too. Honestly, the beginning of my 3rd stream had a pretty good summary of things, like everything that I'd done up to that point. So you could do that, just like watch the beginning of the 3rd stream, and then maybe hop over to the 4th stream and watch that one in full. You'd only have to watch like the first like 5 minutes of explanation from the 3rd stream. You might want to consider that. obviously, I'll try to make it so you can still hop in tonight at any point and get kind of what's going on here. In fact, that's part of the reason why I'm including this little text box down here, so I can kind of say what my objectives are, what I'm doing, things like that. Yeah, it's a fun game. The game is basically, we're stuck in a time loop. It's very much like a Legend of Zelda's Majora's Mask sort of thing, where it's like you have a certain amount of time to try to get everything done. And I've been really enjoying playing it. Okay, enhance that character. Then enhance the next part of the character. Then enhance the next part of the character. Yeah, things kept breaking. Yeah. I would bet if you first showed up and you didn't have really any like context for what was happening, yeah, it would be pretty confusing to to try to get involved with. Okay. I think I've done a lot of the mission stuff now then. Probably a few familiar ones that I just completed by accident. Oh no, equipment ones? Oh, equipment training. Defeat 100 monsters. Okay. Salvage equipment. Oh yeah, that's a thing I never do. Use the salvage button in the inventory. So that would be... salvage. Select you. Salvage. Boom. Done. Easy. And then I can just randomly get some upgrading materials and some food items. Okay. All right. We've nearly hit level 17. I might just make it be that like when we hit level 17, that's when we kind of call it. Because that's going to probably be at like right at 3 o'clock. Okay. I feel like I'm not going to be... oh, no, I did finish this one. Just barely. 35,000 combat power. Fire Temple I'm not going to be able to do for a good while. Because that's its whole... that's a whole different thing. That's later on that I unlock. Okay. Achievement rewards. Claim all. There might be some experience out of that, but not much. Okay. Oh, okay. I'm going to pick 3 water upgrades because I have a water bow that will eventually be able to get upgraded. Okay. Let's just go straight to this dude because I think this is where I'm going to unlock the mount. I popped in like, are you winning, son? Nice. It's really fun to see some memes stay alive and then some memes come back again. Like, Are You Winning, Son is one that's stuck around for a good while because there keep on being like variations of them put out where it's like, then it'll be like, oh, you know, cryptocurrency is crashing, so then it'll be the sun comes in. Are you winning, Dad? And it just shows the stocks going like down, things like that. So like some memes get adapted enough and reinterpreted so that the original always stays sort of alive, but some memes die so quickly and it's so sad to see them go. Like I remember for the longest time, like there were a bunch of YouTube video memes where it's like this video itself went viral and the video was a meme rather than like a meme being a picture or something like that. Like oh, most popular one, Numa Numa. The that whole song was so funny and such a great meme. And I'm pretty sure if I were to sing it like in a middle school class, I would get a whole bunch of people just like looking at me funny and going like, what language is that? And not even realizing that it's like, it was like a popular YouTube video of like a guy just like dancing out to it. Man. The Numa Numa dance. That's what the video was called. Yeah, Vines started becoming memes as well because since the Vine platform died, there was a huge rush to like download all the like really popular videos from it and then just incorporate it into like common like new memes and stuff like that. Like I'm pretty sure I've seen some. I don't have TikTok myself because a bunch of... yeah, that dance was iconic. I don't have TikTok myself because a bunch of my college friends have TikTok, and if I get TikTok, then they would like be pestering me to sub to them and like follow their materials and stuff like that. And it's a lot of cringy people that I don't want to see like doing a half-baked dance and like trying to sing in front of a camera. Like, I don't want that in my life. But even then, I still get videos shared with me occasionally, and sometimes students will like show me a quick video. And it does, yeah. So a lot of people, you know, some people will get it and actively use it. Some people will get it and never touch it again, right? And I know if I were to get it, I'd have a lot of my college friends like pestering me to do more with it than I would be comfortable doing. So, but yeah, I still get videos sent to me occasionally, and a lot of them have been like just they recreate a Vine because it doesn't exist anymore. You stick mostly with YouTube Shorts? I could see that, yeah. The one thing I get mad about with YouTube Shorts is because I love to watch all my videos sped up like at 2 times the speed, just because that way I get more content and faster. YouTube Shorts, you can't do that. You can't speed up a YouTube Short as much as you would really want to. And I know that that's the whole purpose. It's like they're YouTube short. Like they go at most like a minute in length. But still, I like seeing things sped up. And so having that option ripped away from me, it means that I normally don't engage with that type of content as much. I'm going to have to now though, because now that I am like doing a lot of streaming, like one of the things you should do if you are constantly streaming, you should be not just streaming. You should be making YouTube videos, like little summaries of your videos. You should be like doing little clips, excerpts of the most interesting parts of a video. You should be doing YouTube Shorts. Like those are how you actually get potentially discovered. Like that's how, you know, if you want to potentially get caught up in the algorithm and like your YouTube video becoming seen by a number of people that might then pop in on a stream later, like you need to be doing stuff besides just streaming. So, I would probably have to, as much as I don't like it, I'll probably have to embrace YouTube Shorts, in a bit. And that's mostly just to get information on it. Again, I'm not doing all this stuff because I'm hoping to become big. Like, if I was trying to become big with this stream, like, I'm going about it all the wrong way. I'm playing games that aren't as interesting for people to come in and sit in on. I'm playing older games. I'm playing, games during, even though I'm keeping kind of a regular hour of 7 to 9, I'm not playing them during times when normally people are free and wanting to watch content, right? So like I'm not going about doing it in a way to make me popular, but I am going about and doing it in a way that makes content for me to then include in my class. So I'm quite liking as it is currently, but I should, just for the experience and just to be able to show like what needs to be done, I should soon start uploading proper YouTube videos and things like that. That'll happen soon. I think the last thing I'm going to do here is I think I'm going to craft a bunch of these weapons. Weapons and armor, upgrade what I can, and then I think we're just going to call it until 7 o'clock tonight when we'll get back on and do some Outer Wilds stuff. Until that point, let's quickly see how much can we even make of these armors and weapons. I imagine not too many. Because the limiting factor is sort of these materials here. We got a 1-star hammer. That's absolutely trash. And we got a 1-star set of legs. Also extremely trash, which means good news is there's not too much that I need to do in the way of upgrading and collecting. All right, that was the last basic weapon I needed, I guess. Okay. Yep, it's still telling me to go to the check-in board. So annoying. Hopefully, when I log out and then whenever I come back in and play this again, it'll kind of fix itself. Let's do a summon of equipment and costumes, and then that'll be probably our last thing there. I've got 4 things to summon here. The costumes themselves don't seem all that frequent in a coming, like, the really popular ones. Like, I've done quite a few of these already, and they haven't normally given me like really cool stuff. I think the coolest thing that I've gotten is dye, like right there, like I got some ivory dye. Great, I'll be able to change one of my costumes to make it like a white color instead. Cool. Like that's about the most interesting it gets. The rest of it is like crafting materials to make more costumes, but you need such large amounts of them that you're not really gonna get any anytime soon. Okay, last equipment summon. Come on, give me... Oh, this is a 4-star thing. What'd I get? Ooh, this is exciting. And please, it's a weapon. Please, like a fire weapon. A 4-star fire weapon. That's what I really need right now. If it's like a 4-star armor or something like that, like I'll take it. But I really want like a 4-star weapon. Come on. Man, it's getting really dramatic here. Ah, okay, boots. Fine, sure. 4-star expert boots. I'm not going to be mad at something that's 4 stars. Like, I'll take it. I'm happy that I got something 4 stars, but I really wanted a weapon because that would have just made the game a lot faster. Okay, here we go. That actually was a significant update to power. Hold on, let me check some of these things. Familiar, audio equip. Oh, I didn't realize I got that 3rd slot there. Let's actually, yeah, we're gonna forcibly equip you instead. And then train up just to make sure that I actually get to keep the ones that I wanted. Okay, level you up. Then we're gonna level up my water dude again if I can, and then my fire dude as well. Yes. And there we go. All the fire things. Get all the level ups so that your red is more powerful than the same power fire dude. And then my water character, you've got a few more water guys to sacrifice. Yeah, that box stuff was extremely extra. Yeah, I'm glad to see that someone else is also seeing the things that I saw with... Yeah, YouTube just has a better algorithm at getting... also at getting people discovered. That's another really important thing to mention. Is like... a lot of people asked, like, when I told some of my family members that I was streaming, right? Because they're like, hey, what are you doing with your summer? I was like, you know, I actually decided to start streaming, you know, so I could get content for my class, so I could be a little more aware of, like, what that side of the world is like, specifically with YouTube, because I'd already done Twitch streaming before personally. I immediately got like oh yeah, I knew you'd done Twitch, but why aren't you just going to stick with that? And the honest answer is, YouTube integration is just easier. Like it's much more likely that the algorithm is going to pick you up and pass you on to other people inside of YouTube with your YouTube videos than it is with Twitch, because Twitch doesn't really, it's very hard to get any sort of discovery on Twitch. Okay, let's go ahead and equip. Okay, it has already auto-equipped everything. Great. Lovely. Beautiful. There we go. Okay. And I think that's where we're going to call it then. So, will it finally let me... Yes, see, now it's actually letting me press end on this and close out of the game properly. Okay, with that, we're going to go ahead. Let's just pop it right back to chatting. Actually, before I go back to chatting, I need to delete the screen capture. Yes, please remove my screen capture. Now it's just my normal game there. Okay, great. So, yep, we will be getting back on tonight at about 7 o'clock to be able to play Outer Wilds, going through more of that space adventure game. I'm hoping by this point, it seems like a lot of the mysteries that we've been discovering have kind of been narrowing down to like 1 or 2 things that need to get discovered. And I'm thinking that all of them are going to start connecting together soon. So I am looking forward to that. I have a list basically of things that I need to discover that I want to go through that list first before following a path too far, so that I can actually start to kind of resolve some of the questions that I have. So I'm excited for that. All right. Go meet with the Duolingo owl, I guess, and try to make sure that you that you don't get too stern a talking to from them. All right. Goodbye, everyone. I'll be seeing you later at 7 o'clock. Bye.